morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, everyone. How are folks today? Hey, Thomas. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Bill. Bill, my ritual here is already tough. We get more people, it will be impossible. Hey, Cliff. Hey, PF. What else do we have here? Pop Away and Doom. Hey, John. Hey, Andrew. Hi, Derek. What else do we have? Malfrey and Collie. Hey, Spectra and Joey. Hey, Rod. How are folks? Maganati, how are you? And Martin, Lucas, and Da Vinci, and Jeff. That's as far as I'm going to scroll right now. It feels like I haven't streamed in forever, but I haven't actually missed a stream. Nurse Kit. Whoa, what was that? Oh, okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I sure hope that didn't break that. That is my soldering station hitting the ground because Oscar wanted to jump up onto the workbench. Okay. I hope that still works. Hey, Vince. What else do we have? Brain Twist and Maurice, East Power Engineering, KA009, Turtle Crawler, Kilroy and Nurglerod and Andres, Hasios Prince and Lord Gitface. Okay, we are going to be working on this. So, Mark 4S upgrade. This is the originally Mark 3S that Prusa sent me to do a Mark 3.5 update on, and it has incrementally been updated all the way to, it's a full Mark 4 right now. So, had Wilco and Lenner, Digital Matrix, Tohos, thanks for being a member for 34 months, wow. Martin for 14 months, thank you. The center quality, I can't find the darn thing, darn. No more turtle stuff? We're done with turtle stuff. The turtle stuff works. Sits under a thick layer of dust in the cellar. I like my Prusas. I've had them since 2018. I pre-ordered one in 2017, so. Hey, Lucas, Derek, 34 months. Thank you. Is ASA glass fiber good enough for 400C Revo core with stealth burner? I don't know. That's a good question. Hey, Obi-Wan. Sissy Kid. Thomas, thanks for being a member. It's a new month. Yep. B. McNichol. Hey, Bob. And Nick the Creator. So, speaking of turtle stuff, so one of my, a really good use case for me for it is this kind of thing. An unassisted layer swap. So, I had to reprint the skirts on my blue V2 because last time I transported it to Orange County Maker Faire, this part along here broke off on both sides. So I did this and it worked just fine. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. And Andres, thanks for being a member. Solid Fork finally produces good prints. Awesome. Yeah. So just so for anybody who isn't aware, I was not at home for 4 of the last 7 days. So I have not done a whole lot in between since last stream. I did manage to print this, I think it was yesterday. Might have been Friday evening. So yeah, I was up in Seattle, Washington area for the Maker Deck in-person meetup and Pooch Fest 2025. Jamie, Fabrico, thanks for the gifted memberships. So, I didn't get, this is why this stream is perfect, because it's basically a no prep build. This printer needs to be a full MK4s before its eventual upgrade to a Core 1. Where do you get the clear TS101 for the stealth press? It's not a stealth, it's not a TS101. It is a, it's a Pine Sol, and I got it from the Pine Sol store directly. Hey, Astro Lemonade, how are you? I'm doing well. Don't knock it. Do you notice something? Look at that. I got a new one. Is the printer a 4 or a 3.9? It's a full 4. Not even custom hex trays. You're going commando here. You know what? I have the tray, actually. I have the tray from the last build on this. So here we go. I've got one. It matches even. That's the tray from the last time we worked on this. Hey, Breckle. Hey, Total Crawler. I haven't seen replacement cases for the TS101, just the Pine Sol. So, for anybody who might not be aware, one of the furry critters around here knocked my original prized Czech community Voron mug off of the workbench here, and it did not survive. So, huge thank you. I don't know if he's here yet, but Taco had one, and he lives in the Seattle area, and I brought it back with me. So, is there a multi-tool solution for Trident? Good question. I'm not sure. Hey, Boydie. My MK4s will be a Core 1, debating on what to do with my MK3s Plus. So, anyway, huge thanks there. I am back to having a mug I use the most often. So this is started as a Mark 3s Plus, whatever. Prusa sent it to me. It was a fully assembled. It was right at the end. They had released the Mark 4. This is even the newest Mark 3s Pluses have the Mark 4 cast frame. This doesn't. I think this ended up being like basically a factory refurb type thing coming through, which has been fine. It's worked great. We did a 3.5 upgrade on it on a stream, and then I think, did I do a stream or did I do a Discord stream for upgrading it to a Mark 3.9? So they did send me the stuff. It's basically a full 3.9 upgrade, which means I have all the 3.5 stuff that's going to go into another project. And then I purchased the steppers to make it the X and Y steppers, which is the only difference between a 3.9 and a 4. So I purchased the 0.9 degree steppers to make it a full 4 spec. So. Hey, R. Chapman. Hey, Ifco. Maurice, leftover stock. Yeah, basically. I mean, this was one of the very last Mark IIIs that shipped out from Prusa. They'd already depleted their stock of the ones with the updated frame, all that kind of stuff. So. Hey, Incendium. Need to design a Voron mug, cat-proof, crash cozy. Yeah. Did add a Core 1 to the stable, though. Yeah. I'm going to keep one Mark 4s. This one's going to be a Core 1, and that'll be mostly. There may be one other project if I can get it together and it happen. What printer do you find you use the most to print all your parts? My Trident right now. And it cycles. KA009. It cycles depending on which printer I've been sending things to. Sometimes it'll be a V0, sometimes it'll be my V2, sometimes it'll be the Trident. I've sent a lot of jobs to the Core 1. I have not sat down and tuned some of the non-Prusament profiles. Z didn't change, Bob. Z are still, they're the same steppers, they're just a different connector on them. So I do use the adapters, the little wire adapters to go from the connectors. But Z didn't change in terms of the type of stepper. So, hey, Sir Guy. I was gonna turn this on before we really get started because I wanna know how many hours. I don't even know. I'm curious how many hours I've put on this. Since it was at least a 3.5. Since I put this controller in. It had very few hours on it as a Mark III. Looking forward to your stream on converting the Mark IVs to a Core 1. Yeah, I don't really see a ton of value in doing both a Core 1 kit and a, well, that's fun. I moved it and now the selector on the MMU3 won't home. I wonder what happened. Okay, retry. Okay, we're gonna power cycle this. What is going on? This is actually stuck. I just printed with this days ago. Hey Laura, hey Sean. April did love. She felt like that was probably, she wondered if that was a commissioned cartoon. I'm just moving this by hand a little bit to get it out from the edge there and see what happens. Turtle box is now done and sitting on a workbench in the other garage. Yep. Did a cutter blade dislocated? Oh, let's. Is that a common thing? Let's just see what happens. You randomly just found it on Facebook? It's like perfect. It couldn't have been any more perfect. There we go. Okay, all is well. I have no idea what happened. My BT is going on my 250 Trident. I can poop on that one, correct? Yes, the Trident has a lot more room to poop. Hey, Mike. What is this turtle box you speak of? It is a automatic filament control device. Where are they anyway? They're around. Oh, there we go. We can do that. There we go. Hey, Thunder Keys. I was not expecting to upgrade that big. Yeah. Hey, Francois. Fired? What? What's fired? Okay. Upgrade time. Oh, we were checking print time. Print statistics. Statistics. Is that print time? 23 days, 9 hours. 23 days, 9 hours. It's box turtle, don't give Thunder Keys. I said box turtle. Someone said TB. See up here, Eclipse said, so my TB, and I corrected him to BT. I didn't make the mistake. I don't believe it. I don't believe I made that mistake. You can't prove anything. I can't be held responsible for what I read on screen. Okay, we are going to be doing the, here, let's go here. Let's go Mark IV to Mark IVs. This is the, so this is the Mark IV to Mark IVs upgrade. This is not, I don't have any Prusa affiliate stuff. Although I think there's something if you add at Steve Peterson, when you order something, I get Prusa meters or something, but it is, we'll see what you get for your $99, but it seems pretty reasonable. Hey, buddy. You can watch the rerun. Cognitive cramp, not a brain. Yes, it is a cognitive cramp. I can't be held responsible for what comes up on screen and I read it. Read before thinking. There is a difference apparently between the newer version and the older version of the XLCD. I have the newer version on all this stuff, so. There are any printed parts are available on the 4S and 3.9S page. Let's put this in here. And then finally, we have the instruction. Hey, Lars. You are awfully close to knocking things off the end of the bench here. Okay, so that's where we're going. We have a box of parts and some instructions we're gonna go by, and we figured out that I've put, let's see, is there fail stats? We've had 1 load fails in print, 1 total load fails, we had 19 general fails in prints, but I think every one of those is me starting something and then deciding to stop it. So, 0 power failures. And I know I've had records a load fail, but it was recoverable. So. And that was because I let the filament run out. Okay, I'm gonna move this over here for a moment. And then we're gonna unbox this. Put some little pieces of tape down so this would stay closed for the thumbnail. We do have our ridiculously, come on Prusa, tiny bag of Haribos. It's not even barely enough to get through the first step. Purchasing the upgrade. So I have done this. I upgraded my anniversary edition Mark IV to a 4S. I purchased that kit. This one Prusa sent me. So here, this is another cat trap. Oscar is having a grand old time with packing paper yesterday. Let's see if that catches them. Better open it up so they can't start getting stale for April. No, they're mine. I'm eating them. Does have the injection molded screen. So we'll be putting that on. Can you give a short explanation about Prusa upgrades? Does it completely make it a Mark IV? Well, which upgrade, Kobe? So this is from a Mark IV to a Mark IVs. That's a little serial number tag. They have different levels of upgrades. You can buy a Mark III to a full Mark IV or Mark IVs upgrade. This does make it a full Mark IVs. Okay. That is awfully tight in there. Yes, it appears to have worked. He's sitting on it. Gee, this is way tighter than it should be. What is that? Where did that come from? Oh, what in the world? I was missing a keycap here. Cat found it. I didn't even realize I was missing that. I'm glad I checked. Okay. Here you go. You can play with that too. More packing paper. All the things to play with. Little metal fan bracket. Hey, Andrew. Oops. There we go. And then other various things. Injection molded front extruder cover. Now we are doing the MMU3 part of this, so that'll change things up just a little bit. Some fasteners, some more parts. Oh, I should have printed. I didn't realize that these were, I forgot that these were PET-G. This printer is all printed in PC CF, Prusament PC CF for the black parts. Now all of these are PC CF, but I should have done that for those. I'll print those later. More project boxes. Yes, these are some of the best project boxes because they have spots for the tabs. You don't have to shuffle things around in order to close them up. These are great project boxes. Oh, it's out here, but it's been sitting out. I need to dry it. I don't want to print that without drying it. They're out of stock, and that's the last of my PCCF. It'll be done by the time you need them. No, it won't. And the filament's been sitting out. I don't want to rush it and waste the filament. So we'll just use the parts it came with. But I did kind of forget that those would be PET-G. So, okay, what are we doing? This is the Mark IV to 3.9 to 4S or 3.9S upgrade. So let's begin the assembly. Ask Jess if he can send you a bunch of those empty boxes next time he sends something to you. I have plenty. I definitely have plenty. We got a inspection going on. Interesting smells. You know what? Before we go too far and before they really fall asleep, let's do the treats. You guys want some treats? Want some treats? Some treats? There we go. I thought so. You're gonna take it anyway. You're gonna demand to be first anyway, so we'll give you. Oh. You're having a hard time there. There you go. Keycap got knocked off by the box while opening. Oh. I didn't know that. Okay, let's go here. Okay, this manual guides you through. Oh, they changed them up a little bit. Okay. Next, please prepare. This manual also includes instructions for MMU3 owners. Many of the included parts are PCCF poity, but here you can tell. You can tell when looking at these. These covers, these two little covers here are PET-G. You can tell. This is a Prusa PET-G part off their farm. Functional is the word we'll use. We'll use the word functional. Perfectly functional, not pretty. But all of this stuff, this is all, look at this. This is off their farm, but they've got their PCCF dialed. Like this piece here. This is all PCCF. Hey, Bruno. Hey, Yule. So yeah, these two I need to reprint, and I'll do that later. The Y tensioner stuff, here is PCCF as well. I already have these on there, so we'll kind of show where they go, but we won't actually be installing these. There's a few things in here. Looks like this. Hey, buddy. This is fan and new Wi-Fi module and NFC, little heater sock and a high flow hot end. Too much messing with bags, I know. They do not, Kobe. You know that. Hey, Steve Alpha, thanks for being a member for 20 months. 2 deca months. Okay, this is a new manual style. No scrolling here. Mark IV includes changes to, there's a new Y-axis tensioning mechanism printed from PCCF for greater heat resistance. Please don't use high flow nozzle on the MMU. Now my question, Bob, is are all the profiles for the 4S MMU with the high flow nozzle or are they without? Or does, we'll see. It'll probably say. Just has plastic drapes in front of the Mark 4S. It's crazy. Well, and I'm sure there's more, they'll be incorporating Core 1s into their farm as time goes on. It's without, okay. I won't be changing out the nozzle then. I'll just use the one I've been using. New 360 cooling, new injection molded LCD cover, new high flow Prusa nozzle CHT, improved Wi-Fi antenna, and a brand new NFC antenna. So all the things that change. This is what's changed. This is what we're upgrading. I didn't know that they had moved to this style manual. I don't know if I like it better or not. We'll see. Cat cam froze? No. There we go. Prusa battle tested the Core 1 on the farm before the first one shipped. Okay, new okay, that next. We got some tools. They're starting to use Torx in their stuff. More tools, parts, revision numbers. Hey, Mr. Jada D, welcome. Lost the instruction, missed screw or cracked a printed part. Let us know. Support. Imagine that. It's a novel idea. Oh, okay, we got to remember we've got additional pictures down here in this setup. Okay, inserting the nuts. This is all just build tips. Different things. Next. In the browser guide, you can view the original images in high resolution. All the resolutions. All the pixels. Electrostatic. Precautions. Touch the spacers. Prepare your desk. Next jumps to the next picture. Oh, certain parts no longer needed. What is this? What does that do? Oh, that goes all the way to the end. Oops. Oh, that goes back where we were. Nice. One page. Okay. Cleaning the hot end. Warning, the hot end heat better very hot. Do not touch. Okay, everything's fine. If you have a Prusa hot end sock on the hot end, remove it on the... Why are we doing this? Brush. Okay, I don't. Next. Reward yourself. That is the tiniest little bag. Treat yourself for every finished chapter. Look in the box and find the itty-bittiest little bag of Haribos you ever saw. with miniature Haribos at that. They're not even full-size Haribos. And preparing the printer. Before you start with upgrading the printer, unload the filament, move the axis to the center. It's pretty close. And remove the USB stick. That's probably a good idea. I don't want to knock that, break that. Thanks for chatting this morning. Of course. Okay, next. MMU3 prep. This step is only for the MMU3 users. Disconnect the PTFE tube from the extruder, remove the MMU3 unit from the printer and set it aside. Carefully cut off. Oh, hi. Hey, buddy. Holding the MMU printer cable and disconnect the cable from the MMU unit. Next. Next. It is cycling through the pictures. I see that. That's good. Okay, so let's do that real quick. Let's pull the MMU unit off. I'm not going to disconnect the cable from the MMU unit. I am going to disconnect it from inside the control box here because I don't want to undo my fabulous wire management on it. Hey, Martin. I remember passing out that size Haribo at Earth, even to me. Well, of course. Those are just the sample packs, though. They're fabulous for a trade show snack. They're not adequate for a full build such as this. PF Dennis, thanks for gifted memberships. And Rod, thanks for being a member for 31 months. They list it that way because it's easier. That is true. It is easier. I'm not going to take the easier route because I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to undo my wiring there. So we're just going to pull the... We'll just set that over there. We'll just leave that off because we're going to need to get in there anyway. Let's see the wire management. Everything's nice and clean. There is, where does this thing go? This thing goes right there. It's just this cable right there that comes off. That does mean that I need to loosen, I think is it, just pull this off. Back and forth roasting a turkey today. Oscar is big. Yep. Both of them are sizable kitties. There we go. That was a whole lot nicer for me than doing the other thing. We'll have to put these back, but I'll just tighten these down a little bit. Okay, now this comes off here just like that. This I did print. This is all PC CF, but I did use the PET G because it has the printed stuff on it, which looks nicer. This is not my only MMU3. It's possible, I might throw this one back on this printer. Maybe this is the same thing. It is all PC CF. This is an upgrade from MMU2 to MMU3, which means it's untested. The interesting thing about this one is since it's an upgrade of an early MMU2, it came with a stepper prior to them labeling them. So now this stepper is labeled idler, but this is a pre-order MMU2, so it came with an extruder stepper. So kind of in the theme of this is the upgrade printer, I may put the upgrade MMU2 on it. There is probably a printable version of the front plate. Core 1 conversion needs to come with double the Haribo than the kit. I hope so. the XL comes with a giant bag, and it has not a whole lot of assembly, right? Hey, Sanity, welcome. Yeah, it is pets time. Okay, so that is off. I'm going to leave the electronics cover off because there's no reason to put it back on, just to pull it off again later. Oh, what happened there? Is that a new section? Is that what we did? Oh, hey. Yeah, okay. We bounced to a new section. So this is the new, and the only real difference is they're printed from PC CF. The latest Mark IV units might already include Y-axis parts upgraded PC CF. If the printers has these, you can skip this chapter. So yeah, this is all it is. We're not going to mess with that. There's no reason to. If you can't find the printable plate, I may or may not have one from the devs. Oh, okay. That might be an interesting thing to do once the Core 1 has full MMU support, because I'd want to print it in the PCCF with other colors, if they're compatible. I don't know if they are. I suspect that PCCF and ABS ASA stick together since there's a PC ABS blend filament. Okay, next, more tools. Oh yeah, so this is what we would be doing, is pulling the belt and replacing all these parts. So we're just gonna cycle through here and see the different bits of what's involved though. Something I noticed, so I'm just gonna talk about this assembly process. So you have the belt retaining parts here. So this is the one that's fixed, and then there's one that comes from the front that has a screw going all the way through, and you tension with it. My first Mark IV experiences, this was kind of a finicky spot in the assembly process. And I just realized that nope, not that one. There we go. This is kind of a finicky spot because the screw that has to go in right here into the bed frame has a belt going right in front of it. And that belt is going to the front idler, and it is very easy to cross thread this screw. What I found out on further builds is don't put the front idler in yet. Get all this started, and then put the front idler assembly on. So, next. It's this part. Keep going. No, not that one. See, they have you taking this apart. But this part right there, that screw right there is a pain to get to. Because this belt is going through the front idler. Leave this all the way off. That way you can bend those belts all the way out of the way and get a straight shot at it. So, I know I've shown that too on previous, when we've worked on this printer. We figured it out, but just a little reminder. And there's still enough room to get the front idler installed after. I think they should. I think that would be a good revision to their install procedure. Okay, let's go through all this. Tightening the belts, and then carefully open the bag with the Haribo. We get one. And they said just one miniature Haribo. I'm gonna skip that one because I didn't actually do anything. It means I can have an extra one later. Okay, Y-axis. Hey, look, we've already finished the Y-axis. That is not a chew toy. You know that, right? That's the tensioner on my camera mount. Hey, Tiny Truckin'. Albanese. I like Albanese. Why don't you come down here and lay down there? I don't know what it is about there's something on here that he thinks might be tasty. Okay, what do we got next? Oh, LCD stuff. Okay, so let's get the LCD. Oh, well, that's fun. What you discover when you're working on printers. That guy right there. That's exactly how it just was. Oops. That was loose. And it has to be a clear one. I love this little camera. I'm very glad I bought that. I did have a screw loose. No surprise. Oh, come on. There we go. No surprise at all. I am going to keep my, this is all Prusament PC CF and Prusament Red Lipstick ASA. Did I get my Servo buddy yet? I did. Right here. So what this is a little servo tester. It has 3 AAA batteries in here. You turn it on with a servo connected and you can cycle through its range of travel. What it's really useful for is centering servos before you install them in an RC car. Now it also has some functions for testing speed controllers as well, but I haven't used those yet. So I've tried this on one servo. I don't know. They're super handy. Oh yeah. Here. Side quest. What's the little camera? It's an OBSBot Meet 2. Yeah, you've got a servo, right? Just a little servo. Let's put something on it so you can see it. We can plug this in anyway. It knows how to. It knows how to tell. It reroutes stuff, and then turn it on, and it scans. And then when you cycle through, it cycles through the range of travel. So that's centered. So this is when you would just unplug it and use it in your, install it in your car. This is each range. So, does it do digital servos as well? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't immediately know the answer. There is one, Bob. There is one. If you scroll up, the problem is that this is a beta product, and so they've sold out of their first round of them. I think John here posted that they had a non serial, not special number one still left in stock, and that's what I ended up grabbing. So I also bought, and I don't know where it is, off AliExpress, a battery tester and servo tester. So we'll check that one out another time. Only tests over 90 degrees, or it will go plus 90. I don't know if it detects what its what the servo is capable of. I don't know if it says 45 and the, if it'll go 90 if the servo is capable of it. I don't know. The documentation on it is admittedly a little poor. They have a video I have to watch again. Okay. Hey, Additive Atom. I saw Additive Atom up in Seattle. Twice. Okay. What do we got? Hey. Unplug it. Take off the knob and take off the screws and pull the things out. We can do all that. We don't necessarily need. Hey, Andrew. Nope, 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 nope. That's not a toy for you. I'm looking at Revo PZ. Does anyone see it in stock anywhere? I don't know. I don't know. Here, let me, just because I think it's a good thing, let me grab a link to that servo tester. Thanks, Oscar. No, that's... Here, this is a YouTube video talking about it, and there will be a link there. Open a new window. That's a link to the YouTube video talking about that hack make mod. Yes. No. Hey, the ranch kid. Knob winner. Oh yeah, along with screws. He's actually playing with the screws right now. Yep. Okay. Display out. And I will grab all the stuff later. Oops. This one. There we go. Okay. Let's clean this off a little bit. I have the opportunity. This will probably work. This is that Plexo glass cleaner, but it's just a little. Good as new. Perfect. Staying off the printer bed for now. Okay, there is different versions of the LCD they talk about here. Older version has the grounding point here at the corner. Newer version has it inboard a little bit. It's all together. Where'd that? Are you sitting on it? Nope, I put it over here. Watching one of the Micron videos last night with one of Charlie walking on top of the frame rails. Yeah. It does come with a injection molded knob, but I like the red one. We're going to stick with red. Oh, and we need, did it come in here? I wonder if this will come off of here. Let me reuse it. might be thinner. This is quite thick. It might not be the same stuff. Before I stick that down, let's find out. Where is that? Huh. Maybe it's in here. I don't actually see the reflective stuff. Oh, yep, it says it's in here. There it is. There's 2 of them. Needs the status diffuser putty, it's not included. What? Oh, is there a different? That's the same size, so I'm just gonna reuse this. There's no reason why not. Around there. That's not for you. It's trash. What is this? Hey, high position. There's an add-on in transparent or natural that I'll show you later. Okay. There we go. That'll be good. Next. Oh yeah, different screws for this. Since this is injection molded, they don't use these same M3 screws. Let me start breaking the screws out of the bag. They use some plastic self-tappers. That's these. See, self-tappers there. The M3 by 8s, and there are M3 by 12s. Post a link for the Servo Buddy in the RC channel. I would stick with PCCF, to be honest. I kind of like these. I get the appeal of the PCCF as well. The problem is, I mean, it says 3.9 on it. It's not a 3.9. Hasn't been a 3.9. Plus, I dropped something on it. So. Yeah, if you can, Bob, if you have the ability to do in stream chat or something. Okay. This is all talking about putting the stuff on, pushing it in. We're gonna put this into the back piece. Little back piece here. Front goes on. A full back piece instead of just the 2 sides that were there before. So this will go in here like that. Printing PCCF last couple of days is pretty brittle, or do I need to dry it more? The filament itself, the pre-printed, or it can be. Are you doing the ambrosia stuff? That stuff is really brittle. It works really well, but it's really brittle. These are all 3x8s. And do these use a Torx head? Of course they do. You got a Torx head. Yeah, that ambrosia depends. The red stuff I was printing with, I broke like 3 times before I got it fed into the extruder, but I never had it break while I was printing. And then the black stuff I haven't had any trouble with. First try. Any filled stuff has a any filled stuff has the potential to be brittle. What are you doing now? Printing with the blue now. I didn't have any problems with the blue. I've printed with all three colors, the blue, the black, and the red. I actually reprinted all of my Prusa mini parts in Prusament PC CF for black, and then Ambrosia PC CF blue. And we'll probably do a sit down in Discord and play with that at some point when I can make the time. This and next. And then the little grounding tab. Hey, Kyle. We are well. I'm well. This guy goes up in here. Make sure we don't. Oops. Let's put this down in here first. Just got a roll of CF nylon for $18. Dry it. There we go. What's the best DIY 3D printer for a first-time builder? DIY, so I'm going to give you my biased opinion, is Voron Trident. That may not be the best answer, but that's the answer I'm going to give because I'm biased. If you want to build something from a kit or from scratch, that's a good choice. If you want to build something with support, there's always like this, the Mark IV or Core 1 coming up. What other things with supports are build? Able to rat rig. Looking at commercial offerings. Okay, that goes on. I think the 12s go through for attaching it to. Yep. Okay. Looks good with the red knob. Will you recommend the Ambrosia PC CF over the Prusa? The nice thing about the Ambrosia stuff is you can get it in red and blue. You can get it in red and blue. Here, I'll give you a little tiny example of the red. This is the red. So I like, and this is an example of their black. It's a lot shinier than the Prusament stuff. As far as material properties, I don't know if there's a difference. I like the finish on the Prusament stuff better. See, it's a more matte finish. But this is the first I've printed. This is the first set of parts I've printed in the black Ambrosia PC CF. So make sure you dry it straight out of the bag. Yep. All of these filaments, polycarbonate, nylon, ASA, PETG, dry them. It's in stock. The Ambrosia stuff is in stock. The Prusament stuff was not when I checked yesterday. Hey, what was that for? The Prusa stuff warps with a warm breeze. High chamber temps. It prints great. It prints great in the in the Mark IV enclosure. So it doesn't need a lot of chamber temperature to work well. It's the blend. It's not a pure PC. All of these, the Ambrosia stuff is a blend. The Prusa stuff is a blend. If you're able to print it under 300C, it's a blend. Any polycarbonate out there you can print under 300C is a blend. Let's get this back on. My credit from Polymaker from the drawing win to pick up the Polymaker dryer box. Nice. Let's go away. The other things to look for when I print the PC blend. Clean bed. I've been using Vision Miner, works well. I don't know what other stuff may work. These self-tapping plastic screws do take a lot more effort to thread in. Working customer support, I'm highly critical of it. I'll tell you, Fabrico gets my money for a reason. Order support is top tier. To get a kit from Fabrico or your first printer. For a pure PC, the layers won't really adhere at all under 300. You need 120 bed. You need all the extra, all the high temp stuff for actual PC. I have a roll of what I think is actual PC. I bought it from, was that Hobby King? Probably 6 or 7 years ago. Sir. I've never been able to print with it, but at one point I'm gonna have a printer that will be fun to try. Printer real nice, doesn't withstand the temps around the hot end. What are we talking about? Where's the stuff warp? Oh, after printing. So all of these blends, my experience with polycarbonate blends is they can get brittle over time and heat cycles. I used to print toolhead, the Voron afterburner toolheads in it, and it works real well for withstanding the temperature of the hot end and stuff, but it does crack over time. But I think that's the heat cycles. On. Hobby King no longer sells filament. Well, yeah, like I said, that was 6 or 7 years ago that I bought it. Okay, next. It's on there. We can get rid of those. And this is for the other style. Get through here. Time for a Vision Miner printer. I wish. Well, one day I'll get around to doing something that can withstand some. Oh, we get to eat 2 gummy bears. I did work here. I'm gonna get gummy bears. The kitty thinks it's treat time. I did work, so it's gummy bear time. What color does it say? Yellow and clear. Or is that orange and clear? I don't have any oranges. So we're gonna go. I've got a ton of clear, so I'm gonna go yellow and clear. It is treat time. It's not for them. We've got a friend here though. Okay, next. Did I mention we're doing a Polymaker filament giveaway? Links in the description in the pinned post. Hey, Ethan. I'm sorry, not Steve. Upgrading an Extruder. This is a big one. If you have the used MMU3 on it, your extruder is slightly different. In that case, please proceed to the dedicated chapter 4B, upgrading an extruder MMU3. Let's go there. Okay. They did not ensure that the right color hair bells match the documentation. Next. Tools. Protect the heat bed. And then some pictures. Remove the love board cover by sliding it up, and from the right side of the extruder, release and remove the M3 by 10 screw, and remove the love board cover right. Okay. Take this over here. Take this over here. So we are going to want a little tap here. Get this up out of the way. Move this. Documentation is wrong. We'll be filing a complaint. Those pieces off of there. Now we're going to basically disconnect everything, right? Basically disconnecting everything. I need to, these are, what are they? Quick lock or Sherlock? Molex connectors. I need to get some in pins and try crimping them. I'm just gonna disconnect all of these. Was this printer upgraded from an MK3 to an MK4 and now MK4s? Yes, it was upgraded from an MK3s to a MK3.5 to a 3.9 to a 4, now to a 4s. Click lock, thank you. Molex click lock series. And they mostly use the 1.5 millimeter pitch version, I believe. Disconnect cables from the right side, top side, the right side, and then remove that screw there to remove the fan. Any new special tools recently? Just that servo tester that I showed a few minutes ago. They are a pain in the rear to crimp. Yeah, but it looks like I can use my iWis crimper on the smallest, on the small part. We sure are sniffing that. If you bite, you get a bop on the nose. I was using the Ollie 3D cooling duct on here. I didn't really do any back-to-back testing, but it worked. I don't know if it worked better, but it is kind of nice to be able to just take it off magnetically. I never had it come off during a print. So that's going away. We don't need that anymore. Taking that off, and then remove all the cables from the cable channel. Would be, we're going to end up clipperizing the MK4s on the next stream. I am not a fan of clipperizing Prusa printers. I think that Prusa does a ridiculous amount of work within the firmware that they use to make it a very convenient printer to use. To duplicate the things that they do in terms of the automation, the layer calibration stuff, all that kind of thing would take a ton of work in Clipper or RepRap firmware. So I'm not a fan of doing that. Now, I'm a fan of doing it because you want to, and you want to have fun, and you want to try something different. But I have plenty. I have 30 other printers that I can do that with. Any news on the tri-band? Nothing new. Nothing new. Okay, pulled that out. I don't know if we're actually supposed to pull the nozzle out, but I did. Those and front fan. Oops. When it was a big thing, putting a MK or a SKR 1.4 or whatever on a Mark III, I did try it, and that's when I realized how good how much time that it's obvious Prusa has put into the interface and stuff, and it just ended up not being worth it for me. How am I getting on with the Core 1? I probably have 100 and something hours on it. I've printed a bunch of PLA, up to a 20-hour print, single print on that. And I've printed like the Vector 3D VLMP2. I've printed all the black parts for that in Prusament ASA on it, and they all turned out fine. I did have, here, this is an interesting side note. So this is off the Core 1. This is awful. This is me grabbing some, what is this? This is a black. This might be just a plain Polymaker black. It might be something else. The point is, I don't know exactly, and I picked a built-in profile and just hit send. It was obviously not the right profile for this print. So now, to check to see if it was a problem with the printer or with the profile or with the filament, I decided to go back to a more known baseline and printed with the Galaxy Black ASA and got a perfectly fine print. This is the same part, just using the proper profile, a known printer that has that's for that profile. No problems. So the in general, what I've seen with even the Mark IV or whatever is you can throw just about any PLA at it, and one of the built-in profiles, either Prusament or Jesse or whatever, will do a reasonable job. That is apparently not the case with the ABS stuff. So I don't know why or what it will take to make this filament print better than this, because I haven't taken the time. But I do know that it can print a good ASA part if the settings are right. When we were looking at it, you said it was a PET G? No, this other one was a ABS. That other one's ABS. I might have misspoke. I do that a lot. This is an ABS. This absolutely is an ABS. It's not shiny. It's not quite shiny enough. You can see it's not quite PET G shiny. I don't have that other part handy. This is an ABS. I probably misspoke. What's really interesting is that this is, often you'll get features like this if a corner lifts. Nothing lifted on this. This was completely flat, and it's consistent across the whole thing. It's just as bad in here as at a corner, or pretty close. But these top surfaces were gorgeous. So it's a little odd. Anyway, we want to actually finish this upgrade, maybe. Okay, pull that out. Going to loosen all three. Mounting the Extruder assembly. It may simply be a way over too much extrusion or flow rate. Yeah. After this upgrade to Core 1, yep. So this will get, this is the printer that will get the Core 1 upgrade. I ordered the Core 1 upgrade on the day it was announced. And I think within a few minutes of it being announced, so I should get it early. How many Mark 4s do I have? 2. This one and my 1-year anniversary version. You can get up there, Felix. How challenging is it to get MK3 to MK4 to Core 1? It's expensive, and it's not usually worth it to go the path that I've gone here. I've gone this path because I can show people, and Prusa has sent me many of the bits to do it. Oops, that's not what I wanted. So we're pulling that off. And we're taking the screws out, I guess. With both thumb screws. It is not usually financially or fiscally worth it to go through the upgrade path. Pull this apart. There are 2 variants of the gearbox cover, one with 3 screws and one with 4 screws. The procedure is the same for both. Release and remove the screws, securing that. Extremely careful and slowly remove the PG case from the cover. Okay. Might be better financially to get it, just get a Core 1 kit. Upgrades have made my Mark II very expensive. At what state is your Mark II now, Rod? Thing in there. A little bit of wear. Maker Viking. It's an MK4s now? Wow. That's cool. My first Prusa was a MK3. So it was when it was first announced, a pre-order MK3. So I have no opportunity to go back that far. Pre-birthday. When's your birthday, Maker Viking? I want the MK4 upgrade for my gold 10th anniversary MK3s. Nice. I'm in the sell your Mark IV and buy a Core 1 game. Absolutely. And that's what I was just saying, Zombie, and welcome. I agree that it is not fiscally feasible in most cases to go through the upgrade paths. You're better off selling and buying. Miss the printed charm of the old MK4 parts. Extruded parts may be cheaper, but I like layers. Hey, Scott. Okay, next. So I am going to use the whatever it is, the injection molded front cover. It's March 3rd, so in less than 4 hours for you. So let's everybody say happy birthday, Maker Viking. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you have a great day tomorrow. I don't think this needs, and we'll see, but I don't think this needs the little friction surface using this. And this is kind of an important one. As far as, I suspect that I'll get more consistency and longevity out of this part than the printed one with the Teflon insert. So, and that's probably a big reason why this is injection molded, is because it's something that is more consistent across builds. Wayne, thanks for being a member. Everything about people upgrading from 3 to 4 is I've got 2 sets in Mark III stuff free to upgrade my 2.5. Nice. Okay. And there, we removed all these. Install the set screw into the marked opening. Okay, so I think we can just leave all of this. I've already got, as part of the MMU3 upgrade, I already have the MJF piece in here. I don't need to change that. Everything's already greased. This doesn't have a ton of hours on it. I'm going to leave all of this as is. Where did you go? There you are. Have a good nap, Scott. Okay, secure it. Do not tighten them completely. Completely tighten during the self-test. Set screw, well, that's good. Next. And then we're going to get the fan holder. Heatsink spacer. Need to loosen later. Yep. Okay, so we got some pieces here. So, little itty bitty heatsink spacer. Tiny part. I forgot this at first when I was doing the 4S upgrade on the other printer. So that and fan holder. And this is stamped steel. Do not reuse the M3x10 screws you removed earlier. Due to the new parts, longer M3x12 screws are now required. Front side and extruder, insert 3 M3x12s. Okay, so I got to remove these. These were the M3x10s. I had left them in there, but we're going to get rid of those. We probably have some M3x12s here. There's a spacer in there now. So these guys go here and here. Do we know, does the printer actually use this thermistor yet? Pull those in place. That little spacer goes here. Spacer goes on there. What do we got? I finished about 90% of my box turtle build. Just printing the HTNCF parts for the new G2E print head. It was a really fun build. Love the manual. Thanks for doing the build pour with us. Awesome. Glad you enjoyed it. Okay, so that goes there, and then this. Being careful not to pinch the thermistor wires. That goes through, it looks like it goes through here. And then this all. Goes through there. No pinchy. Cool. Then we put that back on to this, to the tool head. Make sure all this, yeah, that feels tight. Grab a cloth here and just wipe out the bit of fan dust that's collected in there. Hey, babies. Finished. Oh, yeah. Something on here. This goes back on here. How far along are you on the torque prints? Not. I've only done a couple of test prints. I don't have, I don't know when that build is going to happen. So making sure all these connectors around here aren't being pinched and causing that to torque. I don't know when that build's happened, so I haven't gotten heavy into printing parts for it. We're not even done with the Reaper, and I feel like moving straight into another big RC build is going to be a little overload for that, so it's not been high on the list. That'll probably be something we do this summer. Okay, align the heatsink screws with the spacers. Start with the middle one. Tighten all those up. And then get the NTC cable back through the wire channel. That's right. I'm just gonna put it right there, keep it out of the way. You don't want to do the fenders on anything but a tool changer, take forever. I don't know that I'm going to actually do the MMU fenders. We'll see. I haven't decided for sure. And that plugs in right there, and I plugged it in. Now, please prepare the hot end fan. Touch the hot end fan. So where does this come through? Probably through right like that. Yeah. Sending my dad a 3D sets kit from West 3D. Buy him a model to print for his 80th birthday. Nice. Heat sets remain hot. Yeah, they do. Make sure we got, oh, zoom in here. Make sure we're routing the wire correctly, and we are. So through there. Hey Scott, welcome. Waffling on the torque. I want the rear end to look like a 70 Challenger and the front for that matter. Yeah, I'm gonna probably go with the 1970 Barracuda style when I do mine, I think. Timothy, thanks for the gift of memberships. Okay, let's go there. Then guide it through there, plug it in there. Come on. Go all the way in. Getting this into the little channel can be a little challenging. So, tweezers. There we go. get it routed through there. And then that plugs in down here. Go. About half done with my torque. I keep changing my mind and reprinting some parts. Next, we got the blower fan. Blower fan. And the bits and pieces here, and some fasteners. So we're going to throw some heat sets. Heat sets. What am I talking about? I'm working on a Prusa here. There's no heat sets. Prusa doesn't believe in heat sets. I don't know. I don't know what their stance is on it. Ah, filament broke with 6 layers to go? I'm sorry, that's such a bummer. I haven't had it actually break mid-print. I guess knock on fake wood. So, that goes in there. Kitties are gonna need a bigger bed. They do. I need to order one. I just haven't gotten around to it. Poor Felix. Go ahead and just squeeze in there, Felix. It'll be fine. Make sure it gets pushed into lining up. Two more from this side. Need a wider camera angle. Yeah, that's an Anchor. It's a little Anchor webcam. Seems to work pretty well. And another one in there. Okay. Next, now we're going to route this fan. So, we're going to do this. So insert the part fan blower in. We got this guy here. It is what, a 4020, 5 volts. Go there. Hey, Luke. Like this. And this guy comes into here, and we're going to push this. I think it might help to kind of tighten the twist as you're pushing it in, and it kind of helps. I think it helps. It's helping push that in. Follow it all. Travel here, and I'm twisting as I'm doing it, and it's tightening up the wires, and I think it did help there quite a bit. I'm going to use the blunt side of this to push these in the rest of the way. Right like that. All the little bits. Now break off a 2mm piece of Haribo and treat myself. Yeah, it hasn't told me I get any yet. It's a little stingy with the Haribo. Okay, and then we get a couple of little, what are these? M3x5s. What? Secure the cover with 2 M3x8. Never mind. That's the 2 M3x8s that are left over. That. What are these? cutting into just plastic holes there. Is that a 50-15 that draws air from both sides or just the camera angle? It is a 40-20 or 50-20? 40-20 or 50-20? What size is this? Someone will know. It's a 50-25. Oh. 25? No, it's 20. It's 20. That's not 25. Bearded printer. Thanks for the gift of memberships. The 50-20. Yeah, it is bigger than a 40, but. Okay. Module there. This kind of angles in and gets held with the M3x5 screw. So this has a couple of tabs there that those go into. This angles into there. This probably bends up out of the way. Hey Rebecca. It'd be far to create a Haribo cutter and post on printables. Would it be too far to create? There we go. Easily, be careful because that is kind of thin right there. So easily get that in there. And where did those go? And 3x5 Pork's head. You saved it? Nice. That's your last 6 layers with the broken filament. Does that go in there? That's not going in there. Do I have the right screw? It says in 3x5. Oh, well. To here. First, insert those teeth into the rectangular cutouts. Close the fan shroud and secure it with the M3x5. Try a different M3x5. Steak and eggs for lunch. Folks were talking in chat. I was in a chat last night talking about in and out, and I'm feeling I may need to get some in and out. Why is that not screwing in? Yeah, that's not hitting. What is going on? I don't remember having trouble with this on the other one. That is lined up there. And the screw threads in. I think it's just barely catching. Yep. I think the screw needs to be a 6mm or they need to adjust that part, but they don't have a lot of room to adjust that part. So there's a little, let's push this way. That's not catching. That's not catching. And if that's barely catching, so this is a significant, I wonder if there's any notes here. Are there any comments? Let's look at the comments. Let's see what folks have said here. This is one of the nice things. There are comments here. Give a slight push while screwing the M3x5 screw works perfectly. No, it doesn't. It needs to be an M3x6. This is a problem. Now, I didn't have a problem. I don't remember that being a problem at all on my last 4S when I did the other printer. But yeah, there's someone saying it substitute M3x6. This is inconsistent enough that there are comments, and if that's the case, then this probably needs to be looked at. So I am going to switch to an M3x6. was going to switch to an M3x6. Why is an M3x6 feeling like it's too long? Maybe that wasn't, yeah, that's a 6. Why is an M3x6 feeling like it's too long where the 5 felt too short? Is it the, yeah, it's the, oh, because the, okay, there we go. Let me just clean those threads up. The threads on the square nut in there were, just run that back and forth a little bit. Figure out why I've been having such trouble luck winning gift merch. I didn't have the option turned on. We talked about that, Rebecca. I'm glad you figured it out though. You have to actually, in your YouTube settings, in there, you have to go in and say, yes, I'll accept a gifted membership. Oh, hey, it's the first day too. So after filament giveaway, I will give away 5 gifted memberships. Okay, something is going on here that may not, because that's not going in well either. Let me swap out this square nut that's in here. Let me swap this out. Maybe we got a problem with that. Just kind of gently twist that through. There we go. Get that out of there. Mike, thanks for the gifted memberships. We're gonna toss that one and grab a fresh one. We're gonna go back to the 5 just to see if I had a bum square nut that caused all my issues there. We'll try the 5 first. Maybe it was just a bad square nut. There we go. Yep, a bad square nut. Okay. Hey Jeff, welcome. Doom, thanks for the gift of memberships. Was the RT? It's Torx. They've got some interesting. Prusa has some interesting designations for screws. So that is a M3x5. I don't know what the R necessarily stands for, but the T is Torx. Anybody have a guess on what the R is? Rod, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay. How many people? We have 300 people here. Not quite to that 50% like to attendee ratio, but we'll get there. Round, oh good. Round head. Instead of button head, it's a round head. Okay. I tried it with Stealth Burner. What is everyone using for retraction distance and what is the speeds? I usually less than 1 millimeter. Usually around 0.8 millimeters of retraction. And whatever the default speeds are. I don't know how much impact that has, but I haven't messed with retraction speeds. Let's go ahead and close this. Okay, so I think if anybody was having trouble with that, I'd check the nut also, would be my suggestion. And then we're gonna put that on there and take the fan, use the same cutout through which the heatsink fan cable already guides. Okay, so we're putting that through the same spot. And then we're going to secure it with more of those M3x5. Think of how weird or difficult cone head screws would be. Rick, thanks for the gifted memberships. Let's do this. This goes up through there. this. Oh no, there's slots. It doesn't go to the outside, it goes into the slots. Screws are made in France. Yeah, I am happy with this spur of the moment. I was browsing Amazon and a suggestion was this OBSBot Meet 2 camera, and I watched 1 or 2 quick review videos on it and decided, hey, I really don't like my Logitech 922 I've been using. Let's try this. And it was same day delivery. So I got almost as quick of gratification as whoever wins today's Polymaker filament will get. It's been a good camera. I'm glad, Bob. I'm glad that it's worked out. The Logitech 920 did have its day. That is true. Oops. Okay, so we got all those in. And we're gonna connect that to the next part there, up through. So same thing, up through here. Oops. Yes. Oh, and that's got quite a, yeah. You know what? I bet you this is extra long because the wire needs to be longer on a Core 1. I bet you that they already knew they needed a longer wire on the Core 1 and they wanted to share parts. So that is why that loops up and down. Otherwise, I mean, everything else is a pretty direct plug-in. That's got to be the reason. What was my issue with the 920? Color, focus. I mean, this thing will focus on my hand within, yeah. That's like 5 inches. That's like 3. Did you use Polymaker PC ABS? I have some PC ABS. I used to print the toolhead stuff I talked about earlier. I printed was in their PC Max, which is another blend. Okay, next, and we are going to put, I'm going to put the same hot end or nozzle back on this that I had before. It is not, I don't believe it's a high flow, but it is a obsidian. So I can run abrasives through. Let's see what we have here. This is a Prusa Obsidian 0.4. It is not a high flow. You can usually tell the high flows if, and I already had a sock on this. This kit came with a silicone sock, but I already had one. But you can usually tell the high flows on the Prusa stuff. This part is a lot longer. Where is... Here, maybe you can tell from this one. Nope, you can't. The obsidian anyway. The obsidian high flow, it has a longer piece here. What did you say the close-up camera is? It's an OBSBot, OBSBOT. OBSBOT Meet 2. Are you being an inspector? Hey, Biney. Anyway. Well, it is, okay, so here. For an MK4s, however, when using the MMU3, we recommend to continue using the standard Prusa nozzle. While it is possible to print with the CHT nozzle, that specific settings are required to achieve high quality multicolor prints. So we are going to keep with the non-high flow. Tiny 2? I thought I had to meet 2. Yeah, I have a meet 2. There's a couple of different. OBSBot makes several cameras. Pretty sure this is the meet 2, right? Yeah, it says so right in the back. Okay, I won't move that. You're sitting on it. And we're going to put this back. Put these guys back in. Okay. So now the Hotend will go back on. So get under. Here, wherever, yep, there. Got it? Oh, there it is. Let's see what we want to put in there first. Let's put the thermistor wires in first. You are purring like crazy, Oscar. Yeah? You think I'm doing a good job? Am I doing this okay? Yeah? You helping? See that? He pushed that right in there. There we go. Pushing this up, holding it straight, and then gently tighten these. Focus doesn't go away every time you put your head in the frame. Okay, yep, that's straight. There we go. It's all the way in there. It's right there. There. All of these get pushed down into that little spot there. This. There. Okay. We don't. Oh, this is making sure that you insert the hot end all the way in. The heat break all the way up in there. Next, we're going to plug that in there, and then we have a little cover. So we don't have a fan over here anymore, so there is a alternate cover, and that uses an M3x30 screw. Is this it? Where's my... Nope, that's 25. So do we have the 30 might still be in here? Nope. Where is the 30? Where's the 30? Does it come with one? It says insert M3x30. I don't have an M3x30. Did I use I may have used the wrong screw when I did this. I think this was in here. Oh, no, that's the correct screw for that. That means that are we missing a screw that we need in the kit? Where's the M3x30? This is a 25. All of my fasteners are already over here. I don't have a 30. Did you see it, Oscar? Where'd it go? Not under here? Nope. This is what was in the old fan bracket. This is a 25. Just double checked. This is a 25. Oh, you know what? I did do this. This is a different piece. This is the Ollie 3D stuff. Not Prusa's fault. My fault. They must use a 25 instead of a 30. Let me grab a 30. Where are those? That must be, I think, these. Yep, there's a 30. I think that's a, oh, yep, right through there. There you go. This just covers up all this stuff over here. Was there one in the old fan? Oh yeah. So that was all because I was not using the Prusa fan. I think the fan I was using is over there somewhere. Go. Next. Connect extruder cables. We got that one. I'll connect those. Before covering electronics, check the connection on all cables. Close the idler mechanism. So next step, you're going to use the following scene. Close the extruder idler. Close this and lock it over the extruder assembly. Okay. Next. Okay, so. These have always been a little bit of a pain. The cover over here doesn't seem to work great from the beginning. It's always been kind of fiddly. What size is that? That is a 3x10. It's one of these guys. Hopefully it's not as fiddly since everything is kind of in the right spot. Hey, Edward. Yeah, that seemed to do okay there, but this can, if this isn't set right, it can cause a false homing error. We'll use one of these that it came with. Yeah, man. There we go. Make sure it catches over here, and then this little tab here should press in and be flush when it's done. There. Okay. What is that saying? Push all the cables. Oh yeah, all those over there, those are all pushed. Be careful not to pinch. Put that on. Make sure it fits together. And that was tough, but done. Do I don't get hair bows yet? Take the MMU and attach it onto the middle of the frame. I don't want to deal with troubleshooting my upgrade MMU. So although it's going to end up on here, I am going to put the proven working MMU back on here. am going to put the proven working MMU back on. We have hours yet for troubleshooting, but we want to do a print. We want to do a print. Take the MMU3 and attach into the middle of the frame. It is in the middle. It's close to the middle as I can get. Measured. Attach the PTFE. No ECAS, so where's the fun part? Next. Then we'll plug that back in. And oh, we get to eat 2 gummy bears. There we go. So another clear one and a green one. You can always go back. I'm going to pull this thing off, and then this will go. What? Wrong colors. Oh, yes. Yes, wrong color Servos. Okay, so this has to come up here. That sets right there. And then, what are you doing? Are you going to do that? Are you really going to do that? That is my shirt. There we go. Thought he might be crawling onto my back there for a second. There we go. All in there. Okay. Tools necessary. What are we doing now? Pull that. Pull this bottom plate. Let's do it this way. We're going to pull the bottom plate and we're going to pull the bed. Wi-Fi module. What do you want? Is there something under there you want to play with? Oh, you are all about playtime. Here, let me come over here. Hey, Phil. You're right in the camera's way. Okay. Had a heck of a time connecting the antenna. Yeah. Okay, so that comes off. And then this comes off. Oops, bump. And that comes off. I think this whole thing comes out. A little ESP Wi-Fi module. This. Oh, there's 2 screws on this one. That comes off. Okay. I'm going to print all that stuff probably tomorrow. So there's a new Wi-Fi module. And this also means we're gonna have fun getting this reset up. I know that was not a great time on when I did this upgrade before. It didn't go very well. I wasn't very pleased, so we'll see if it's improved since then. Okay, so we've got this guy and a printed module here. We've got some sort of pass-through thing. This isn't used yet, but I'm curious what it'll end up being used for. These connectors aren't used right now. 3x12s and this NFC Wi-Fi setup. Yeah, I didn't actually have a great time with that when I was setting up my first 4S. For the accelerometer. Oh, is that what that's for? Well, that's good to know. I have an accelerometer. I have not actually done anything with it. And then that gives us a plug there. That makes all kinds of sense. And then that goes back on, and M3x12s hold it on. Two, and where's another 12? Where's another M3x12? Oh, it's in the bag. That's not treats. Now, this we need to make sure plugs into that header there. I was think about using the accelerometer with the new fan mount. Well, they've already done all of that. There's no significant changes here that would, well, I shouldn't say that. The expectation though, is that this is already, the profiles are already tuned for the stuff that's being done. That would be interesting to actually use the accelerometer and see what we can do with it, see what other values it may give. And more importantly, see if you actually see any change in print quality or any values it may suggest. Yeah. Okay, so that is on. It's not kitty treat. There you go. Double check that the heat bed cable is in place. Yep, that is good. Next, please prepare the buddy cover. Now, I'm not actually going to stick the NFC antenna on here, or if I do, I may use something else. See you, Nadir. I ran it on my MK4s after upgrading. It was almost exactly the same values. Yeah. What do we got? We got 49 minutes until Polymaker giveaway time. We are still not to 50%. We have 330 people here. Okay, we got a bunch of screws we're gonna need and the NFC coil. So we have a little baggie here that has the NFC set. I don't trust that I can build everything the way the factory goes, so I add an accelerometer in my Core 1 kit. I would expect that there's probably a pretty significant change in input shaper values before you actually see the difference on your prints. Difference between using it at all and not is huge, but here's a little bit of tape it comes with I'm actually going to use, because this will be a good, easy to remove, I've got this Sure tape, which I use for the Shapeoko for holding things down. Then I'm going to use a little piece of this as my temporary solution, because I want to reprint this part, but we're going to use it right now. So I'm going to use this. I think this will be a good idea. So this is going to go on the back here. This is a double-sided tape that I use for, I am completely sure that I use for the holding things down on the Shapeoko. So then that peels off and gives me basically a double-sided masking tape. This isn't long-term. I'll end up using the tape it came with when I reprint this. So starting in December 2024, packages may include another version of the NFC coil with a different assembly process. Check your version. The NFC coil is pre-assembled with the antenna cable and adhesive layer attached. I don't have that apparently. An unrelated question, I dried a roll of PA6 GF and it prints with plenty of oozing. Could it be related? Nylon tends to ooze a lot anyway, but dry it and dry it some more. Okay, so I have the older version that everything's separate rather than this version, and it's actually physically a little different, it looks like. Next, installing the pre-assembled one. It goes into there like that. And then there is a tiny little connector on the board, which we're gonna find and plug in. So I think we will plug that in right next. I think. Let's go through that, then that, and then put that on. In here, let's go low rider stop. In here, we have got, it's behind my thermistor. It's right there, that guy. So, let me put this over it. It'd be kind of hard to get. It's a small piece. Kind of painful to get pressure on it. We want to make sure we don't deform it. So maybe we got a Grant raid coming in. Welcome, Grant. Welcome, folks. This is really tough. Ow. I can't get enough pressure on that to actually get it to click. Let's try the other side. They're identical, but that is such a tiny little area that it's hurting the end of my finger. Do I have anything? I don't want to use anything sharp. I don't want to jam it into the board and damage the board. What can I use to push on that with some control? That actually hurts. Ah! Let's try this. I got a pencil with an eraser. Where'd this come from? Oh yeah, this is a Lightburn Steve Builds pencil. I want something with some friction. Any blue tack, I put a tiny bubble out on the back of a mini screwdriver. These little connectors are tough. And I mean, it would probably be a little easier if I wasn't trying to capture it on camera, but it's not sitting on there. Why not? I'm not deforming it. That's right there. There we go, finally. That is a bad connector. Use a hex wrench larger than the connector to control the NCX connector and snap it on. Well, I really didn't want to damage it, and the end of this, the eraser part of this, seemed to work pretty well once I got it all squared up. So. How did you become the Trident lead? Just working on stuff and being part of the Voron team and having a lot of ideas that the previous custodian of the Voron 1 liked. So take it off and do it again. No. Hey Grant, welcome. You guys have a good discussion on the new Elegoo Centauri, is that what it is? Okay. We'll put that on, and we'll snap that in and put it in here. Do we actually attach this thing? Verify all the connections, and these are in 3x10s, okay. I hate overbooked streams. Oh, well, yeah. It's just unavoidable. It's just unavoidable. I mean, West 3D had to do their Meet the Maker at the same time because Gina from Octoprint is in Europe and their regular stream time would not be friendly to her. So it is what it is. So you were here since before Voron Trident. I was. I've been on the Voron design team for almost 5 years. It'll be 5 years in May. This is a good stream, worth catching the VOD. I plan to. Okay, so this goes in here. Oops. This is gonna go in here like this. So let's go ahead and do that. Well, we usually overlap with Alan Mandic on Sundays. So that's not a surprise, but I do have a setup to raid over into DeWitt's channel. I think that's, I don't know anyone else that's streaming after, so. I did set up to raid into the West 3D because I didn't realize it was at the time it was. Hey Jordan. Okay, so this is gonna go in here. So we need to do this again. I don't know if we're going to be able to get a reasonable shot at this, but I'm hoping this is a little easier. Yeah, that was a little easier. A lot easier. And 3x10s. A slot to not trip over another stream is tough. I picked the least worst slot that worked for my schedule. Yeah. It's kind of how I came to this time is, I think Grant 3D Musketeer has been streaming ultimately longer than I have, but at the time I started this, I think you weren't streaming as much. So, and I wasn't aware of your channel at the time. Let's see. Come on. Let's go here and bump this over so I can see where this is actually going. Just hadn't twisted enough. There we go. I'm supposed to be fought on times. It was originally the 1 p.m. start time too. Yeah. No, we were running on top of each other. I didn't know you existed until I think it was ERF. I met you at ERF that year. ERF 22, I think. Voron Trident R2 update and plans in foreseeable future. I would say foreseeable future, but very much still soon. Okay, so that's on there. We are almost there. And I appreciate it, Grant. I do. Was that your first ERF? It was my first ERF. Okay. That's in there. That's on. That's plugged in. We did that in the opposite order, but I think that's okay. And the cover can go on. Rod's first ERF too? Yeah. Just for record, I think my Tom Bombadil reference was ingenious. I didn't see. Okay, where was it? I gotta find your. You're like the Tom Bombadil of the Voron community. You were here since before. I was not, so I'm fairly late, but still. Vitali, thanks for the gifted memberships. I got a neat little surprise from Vitali here. Unsolicited surprise. A custom anodized, green anodized rigid X carriage that I'm gonna swap into that green V2. It is, anodizing is basically impossible to get perfect matches, but it's very close. And it is not right next to any other anodized parts, so it'll be perfectly fine. What's your feelings on ERF rebranding as 3D Printopia? Whatever. I liked ERF, but 3D Printopia is fine. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. What's the subject of the next week's stream? Daniel and I are going to begin the Tic Tac build next week. So coming up next weekend, we have beginning the Tic Tac build with Daniel. That will be continuing on his channel on Wednesday, and then we'll be bouncing back and forth between our channels. Now, we're only gonna get 2 streams in before we have to take a break. I think it is. The 9th is going to be me. The 12th is going to be him. Then I'm going to be in China from the 15th through the 23rd. So the next stream in that series will be on his channel on the 26th. And then if we need it, we'll finish it up on my channel on the 30th. So. Vote for electronics bay on top or back. Oh. Okay, so that is on Tic Tac. Tic Tac is a individual project by someone who goes by Squirrel Brain. If you search for Tic Tac 2.1 on printables, you can find it. So it is basically a 120 millimeter build volume Rat Rig V Minion. It's inspired by the Rat Rig V Minion. 120 millimeter build volume. It is a tiny printer with MGN 15 and 9 millimeter belts. It's a little nuts. So it'll be fun. Okay, next. Serial number. I don't think I've put any of those on. Okay. Oh, better make sure it's straight. Yeah, search for that. What Raj just put. Squirrel Brain is awesome. Yeah, I met Squirrel Brain at the first Sanjay Mortimer Rare Prep Festival. And we'll no longer need those parts. I get to eat 2 Haribos now. How many do I have left? I have 4 left. I'm going to have a red and a green. Okay. You have just successfully updated your connectivity and thus completed the printer upgrade. Before you start printing, you need to do some self-tests and activate some new features. Let's see how this goes. If the serial number is not straight, I heard it voids warranty. Vitaly, thanks for becoming a member. We hit over 50% like to attendee record. Yay. Pre-flight check. Okay, print sheet is on. Next. On your computer, go to... There you will always find the latest firmware. 6.2.1. I don't know if I'm already there or not. Let's find out. Let's plug this thing in and see where we're at. Power on and see what version. See what version. I know I updated these recently, so we might already be on 6.2.1. Oh, it's flashing the ESP right now. So it saw the ESP in there. So now it's flashing it. If your printer is on an older firmware, MMU maybe as well. We will be checking, but I'm pretty sure it's also up to the latest. But it's gonna flash this ESP. Okay, selector cannot home. It's got some weird thing. That's odd. Okay, retry. It's only when it's at the end there, it's not homing. Let's power it off. Do the same thing I did last time. I just physically turned it away from the end and it did fine last time. Hey, Richard Crook. It's really weird because I've never, when it was sitting there before, I didn't have to do any of this. So let's try it again. Oh, still got it set up, yeah. Let's wait for the, let's do this. You'll see the thing do its, yeah, now it works fine. I don't know why it's doing that, but whatever. Let's go back here. Info. Version info. 6.2.0. So we're going to download 6.2.1. So let's go ahead and get it to 6.2.1. Download. What all does the NFC do? Just assist and setup. Just connecting. It's like an antique collectible compared to what is happening out there these days. Not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, the Core 1 is definitely the modern looking version printer. Save this, and I'm going to save this directly to the USB. So we're going to throw this on here, and I'm going to delete that right now. I'm actually going to cancel that and re-download. Did I screw that up? Here we go. Save as. Save that. Okay, there. Oh, now what's it say here? Download the latest, save it to USB drive. Firmware has a BBF extension. And insert, connect the power cable. Okay, so let's go ahead and power this off. And then plug this in, power it on. Okay. Why did it not? Did it ask me? Did I miss that? Now let's reset. Firmware 6.2.0. It's not seeing it. If the new firmware available screen appears, hit flash by pressing to upgrade to the latest version. It is not doing that. Okay. I know. I'm getting there, Bob. I'm getting there, Bob. I want to make sure that this saved to the. I want to make sure it's saved to the folder. I don't think it actually. Why didn't it save? Why didn't it save? Download. Why are you not? Downloads. Where did this save to? It did not save to. What in the world? I didn't save it. That's what's going on. Windows being annoying. Okay, it's copying over right now. There we are. I didn't save it to the thumb drive. So, hey Takuya, welcome, welcome. So we are going to do this. Pooch Fest medallions. Let's reset. New version. So MK4 firmware available. See, so that was the whole problem there. Hey Ryan. Hey Dodge. Don't forget the MMU3 firmware too. While that's flashing, let's go here. Let's go to support and MMU3 and the firmware and downloads. And there is a new MMU3 firmware. Wow. The last one before this was, where's the, no, that's 621, MMU3. Oh, okay. The last one before this was quite a bit ago, wasn't it? Let's download that. Prusa MMU3.zip. Let's save this. Not to box turtle. Do I have a, here, let's just save it. It's a folder. Save. Keep that off. Keep that there for now. The MMU, but this says here that February 20th is changes in something in the info screen. Here, can we find it? Can we find it in the screen here? Info. Version info. MMU version 303. 303, so that's the latest, huh? Printer plus 6.21 and MMU is 303. It already has the latest version of MMU. So we're good there. And that's what it says here too. 303 is the MMU version. So I don't think we need to do anything there. Okay. Back to here. So leave the other items. After upgrading to the newer firmware, navigate to hardware, select your printer type. Settings and hardware. Navigate to settings and then hardware. Hardware and printer type is 4S now. Let's see what's on here. Nozzle diameter, nozzle hardened. Yes, I have a hardened nozzle, and it's not a high flow, but I have a silicone sock, and it is MMU. So all that is good. Now, do you want to reset the Extruder main plate maintenance reminder? No. Turn. We're going to check the Extruder sock is set. Type, Extruder sock. Now calibrations and tests. That's under control, right? Let's run a self chest. It just starts with a fan check. I'm going to make sure I loosen these Extruder screws because it's going to need to be loosened. There we go. Calibrations and tests. And then building my Mark 4S kit while watching stream. Awesome. Will this printer be the Core 1 upgrade printer? Yes, this will be. fan test. So I guess we're gonna just go through all of them. Oh, 18 minutes until the giveaway. Wow, we're approaching 400 people here. That's a lot. Continue running calibration as test. Does it want me to do? You'll be asked to end the self-test and continue with the remaining. Select continue, okay? So we will go ahead and continue. It's probably a good idea to run through all these. You should sign up. X-axis passed, good. Yeah, it appeals to me to have this printer be the Core 1 upgrade. So. Okay, load cell test. We'll need your help with this test. So continue. Tap the nozzle on beep. I gotta wait for the beep. You did not tap the nozzle or you tapped it too soon. Retry. Load cell test passed, okay. I didn't tap it hard enough. You see that, so interesting, just I want to point out, Prusa has you do a sanity check on the Z probing solution before you actually probe on the bed. And what do I tell everybody to do? Every time you work on or add a different homing solution, test it away from the bed. Hi, sanity. Figure out what's the best way to trigger your homing solution before actually trying it on the bed. Whether that be hold a piece of metal underneath an inductive probe, or tap a PZ, or press up on a tap. It's doing heater tests right now. I have a sheet of UHF that I put on the bed until the macros are dialed in. I mean, I'm just gonna say, you've seen other builds YOLO and go bad. Don't forget to put your sheet back on a printer with beacon. Just ask me how. Oops. So I've been playing with, and we're going to, hopefully, we're going to be setting it up in this Tic Tac build. But I've been playing with the Eddy NG. Now this is Eddy current probe, not necessarily Big Tree Tech Eddy, although I'm using a Big Tree Tech Eddy. Eddy NG is a plugin that enables the contact or tap probing with a other LISD 612 or whatever the chip that's used in things like the Eddy probe from Big Tree Tech, the Cartographer, the Mellow board. So, and I have it working and it works pretty well. It's extra fun when yellow head crashers are live streamed. Sure. I don't think that's worth it for me. Do you prefer the PZ probe over the tap, and why? I do like the PZ probe over tap in the areas I'm using it. It is a more rigid setup. You use a rigid X carriage. So, and I have PZ probe working well on two printers, actually 3, but I haven't used the solid fork much. But I do like tap as well. Tap worked very well for me on many printers for a long time. So many people are getting that wrong and damaging their PEO with Eddy NG. What is PEO? I don't have a ton of experience with the Eddy NG. I've just set it up once, but it's working okay. I haven't used a beacon. I can't imagine it working any worse or better. Hey, Olifox, welcome. I got an OSEC sheet and destroyed it on the first print. You only do that once. Ouch. My PZ probe keeps changing presets mid-print. That's weird, but it doesn't matter mid-print. Is it back to what it should be when you start a print? It's ready. Oh, okay. Those fancy. Oh, yeah. The gearbox calibration is only necessary for user assembled, so we are going to continue. Rotate each screw counterclockwise. It's already loose, so we'll continue. And it's going to do. It's just going to run things. It's turning the planetary gears, and then I'll tighten it up when it's done. So Ken, what I've found with the PZ probe is it's fine. It's indicating you have other issues in the printer. Every time I've had it start becoming like doing reprobing, it's because something is loose or I left filament on the nozzle. It's telling me that something else is wrong. It hasn't been a problem. Okay, tighten the M3 screws firmly in the correct order. Okay, and continue. Gearbox alignment, close the idler door and secure it with the swivel. The calibration is, oh shoot. I need to redo that. I didn't undo this, so it had stuff pressing against it. That's not a good thing. So let's loosen these back up and redo that. So let's, we need to start MMU filament sensor. Let's abort. And then let's go down to the gears calibration and continue that. So continue. This needed to be loose. Otherwise I get a false alignment in there. Have you used any silicone nozzle cleaning pads or a nozzle ooze stop block perch? I've done ooze stop stuff, but not any good cleaning pads. On the Vorons, it's really tough because they're very build volume to footprint efficient, which leaves barely any over travel on any axis to have a nozzle brush. There will be 2 beta rounds. I think I'll send you this one, and then LDO might have to send you some extra bits later. Perfect. Perfect. Hey, Clown Hammer. Continue. Close. The calibration is done for that. Okay, so we'll put that and close that. continue. Calibration, so now we're going to continue the tests. So we need to start without the filament in the extruder. Please make sure there is no filament in the filament sensor. So there isn't anything now. Is filament in the filament sensor? No, I told you there isn't. I've had other issues with my Fly SB2040. Stopped talking to the Pi, so I went back to the Hard K tool board and a 16 wire cable, but the PZ doesn't seem to like the long wire. Yeah. Insert filament into the, I wasn't done. It didn't give me a chance to do it. And before it aborted that. Okay. Let's see, where is some filament? Let's use some of this. I argue with my computers a lot also. It didn't give me a chance to actually do it. Okay. Filament sensor calibration. Continue. No, nothing's in there. Just like I said last time. Insert filament into the extruder. There we go. Filament inserted, press continue. Calibrating, do not remove the filament. Filament sensor calibrated. Do I get it back? Yep. Okay. And that is, okay, calibration and test after completing UV-S10. Continue, next. And test. Load cell test, it did that. Gearbox alignment, did that. Filament sensor, did that. And we can eat the rest of the Haribo's. I only had 2 left. Anyway, I was short one then, because I was saving an extra. Anyone use the IGUS CAN cable to make their own cable? Yeah, I use IGUS chain flex stuff all the time. Okay, I think we're ready to just, oh, we need to get this set up. Where's the instructions for adding this to my, the printer is now ready to print. Where's the instructions for setting up the NSC stuff? Here we go, network setup. They're right there. Don't forget to add your printer to Prusa Connect. Is it already there? Let me bring up Prusa Slicer. Is it raining? It's raining. What in the world? No, it was supposed to rain today. Okay, configuration update is available. Let's do the configuration update. Adds filament profiles for Sunlu PLA, Elegoo Rapid, Overture PET G, Polymaker Polyterra PLA. That's new, having some Polymaker stuff in there, isn't it? Although they don't call it Polyterra anymore. I had a little thunder shower earlier today, very little rain. It must be coming through my way now. Okay, let's go over to Prusa Connect here. Does this actually show up since it was here before? Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. It's back on here, so I didn't have to re-add it. That's something that it's different, because when I did my 4S upgrade on this other Mark IV, it didn't add, and it was kind of a pain to get it added. So that's nice to see. That's nice to see this didn't need anything. Here. So now this one should come up here in a minute, because I just turned it on. and printer type now. It detected the printer type. It was MK4 before. I left it at 3.9 just so I can distinguish it. And it's on 621, so that's all working. Cool. But if we were doing that, we could go into the app and where's the NFC information? Person knowledge base, join printables. Doesn't actually give us any info on how to connect with NFC. You would think it would be in there. You would think. You're going through the process and you just added nifty NFC capabilities. You'd think it would show you how to use it. Hope you like it, Sergey. I really like mine. Okay. Is there another? Let's go back to support. We go to, is our Prusa Connect? It's Prusa Link. Is there any info here on how to use the NFC reader? Where would I go to find that? There's lots of Prusa Link and Prusa Connect setup stuff here. This might be just a good thing to go and browse. Lots of good information here anyway. Okay, what is next? We are ready to use it. So let's use it. What do we want to, okay, so how much time do we have? We have 1 minute until Polymaker Filament giveaway time. We are at almost 400 people. How many last second likes can we get in? If you're not subscribed, hit that button, please. Oh, and I got 2 more Haribos to eat. One more minute, so let me bring up the stuff. Here we are. Okay, so the way we do this is I close the entry form when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So, and then you must be present to win. And, oops, I gotta have the right window open. Okay, so link is in the description and the pinned post. You have 3, 2. Yeah, stare at Charlie's eyes during the spin. Yep. Okay, we got a couple new ones. 3, 2, 1. Do you like to play a game of chicken? Half. Quarter. There we go. 2 more. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Half. Quarter. 3, 2, 1. At this point, I think people wait just to get Steve to restart the count. Well, of course. But remember, my tone changes when it's time. 3, 2, 1. Done. I didn't even realize I changed my tone until I thought about it for a future one. Brian T, you got in first. Thunder Keys, you were second. Who got in last? Who got that last one in? Peter. Peter. You weren't that far off. You were third from last there, Brain Twist. Okay. Paste those there. It's like your dad voice meeting. That's it. It's done. That time was exactly. Yeah, I think not necessarily intentionally, but okay, that is the correct one. Yep, Peter last, Brian first. We are going to, I have 13 days until I leave for China. Let's do a number between 1 and 13. Oh, they don't listen anyway. Anyone else seeing an optical illusion that makes the window looks like it's twisting with the wheel? Ooh. 1 and 13. Who do we got here? Greenbeard, you said 13. We'll go all the way to 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and spin. 13 is bad luck. Well, we're there anyway. Who do we got? Who do we got? Martin. Martin, congratulations. Are you here? Must be present to win, Martin. Depending on what region you're in, you will either get a coupon or a roll of filament, a gift card or a roll of filament, however you want to say it. Congrats, Martin. Are you here? There you are. I see you. Let's see if there's only one Martin out there, though. Where are we at? Martin. Yep, only one Martin. Congratulations. Let's copy that and paste that and type that since it's easy. And everything is good. Today's the 2nd. There you are. You should have an email, Martin. Congratulations. Let's get hair everywhere. Let's get hair. First time I won something? Awesome. Are you in the US or not in the US? Are you in the US or Canada or not in the US or Canada? Can you hear the purse? Probably not. EU, yeah. I'm not exactly sure if they've changed it, but it may be you'll get a pick from a list of filament to be sent to you. If you're in the US or Canada, for sure, then you get a coupon to the Polymaker store, or a gift card basically to the Polymaker store. But okay, here on Build Serves, I have a sticky lint roller at my printers just for that. Yeah. So these guys took a little while. I don't think Felix sheds, but Oscar has started shedding. Now, he's not to the point that Charlie used to shed. I used to be able to do this and have a solid bit of fur out of Charlie, but oh, done. Okay. With that, let me unpin the message and do all this maintenance stuff. Our Husky was like that, yeah. Delete it from the description. And we have had, let's see, oh, we have not had much of a drop off in viewers. They're waiting for me to give away gift memberships. So I'm gonna give away 5 of my gifted memberships right now. Oh, and I get to do my own 15-month milestone chat. And membership gifting. Gift 5 now. There we go. Admiral Adama, and Disco Jeff, and Felix, Karma Streams, and TJL. Congrats. Our Siamese shed so much, I think we could spin it and knit a cap from the, yeah. Charlie was absolutely horrendous. It was to the point of being a problem. But hopefully this guy doesn't do that. Okay, let's get a print going. Now that is going to be a little more involved than it may at first seem. Not with you this time, Rebecca. Stick around, it'll happen. You've got the setting correct now, so. Okay, what are we gonna print? I want to, Spanner, thanks for becoming a member. Saves me money on filled filaments. So going to print the benchy bench. No, what I'm thinking about doing is I want to try, didn't need any of this stuff, so let me get some of this stuff out of the way, because we have to set up our buffer and everything here on the workbench. So, ooh, here's something we can do too. Yes. Since it has enough reasonably unique hardware, I have a little Acromills bin that's set up specifically for extra Prusa hardware. Don't knock it. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Uforge. Would be a great idea. They just take so long. Printed a little self-watering vase planter for my wife to do catnip. Explains the orange inserts. And this is a bunch of Prusament orange Pet G. Oh. Okay, so I'm just going to organize all of these into here. What? He keeps snagging my shirt. Do I have a maker chip? I do. I do. There's a few different ones out there. Some of them designed by K2 Kevin, and some of them designed by, or a couple designed by me. Stepped on it. Okay, so I'm just, so I don't have to do this later. Where are you headed to China? For fun. For fun. So I am going on the same trip as Taylor, as Nero. And I don't know yet if he has given details on the trip. So I don't necessarily want to yet spill all the beans. Did you teach them the parrot move already? They've done it a couple of times, but it's... There they are. Just cleaning this up before. Factory tour, yeah, we'll get a factory tour. I don't know, what has Taylor revealed about the trip? Oh, there we are. This is one of mine. This is kind of a miscellaneous. Okay, that will be. That. Oh, we are going to, so what I'm pretty sure is out, TCT Asia. TCT Asia is the event that we're going to. So he's been under the weather, to say the least. Okay, that is cleaned up enough. Put this back over here. Okay, this and this can go over here. That goes there. Go like this. Go over here. Build a Voron under $100. Could you? Could you really? Is your bin on printables? Yep. If you go into the description, the video description, there is a link to my printables profile. There's a link to my GitHub. Some things I put on GitHub, some things I put on printables. Some things are in the files and stuff section on my Discord. There's a Discord invite link in the description. Okay, let's see. This is gonna have to, I'm making room here and spending extra time making room here because this is MMU with its buffer and all that stuff and the spool management, and it can be quite, take up a ton of room. So. You are all over. Okay, so spools and buffer. Spools and buffer. Let's try. I'm not gonna do probably. Here's what I want to do. What I want to try is a dissolvable support print. And I think I'm gonna do it as a test print, not necessarily a thing. So this is the, put this right here, I think. With BVOH. So I have purchased a roll of BVOH, and I think I'm just gonna put the first two things in here because it seems like it'll work fine. So maybe we'll do something like that. My setup where I normally have this has the printer and I have a shelf right above it. And so I have a shelf right above it, and then I zip tie the buffer system here to the bottom of this wire shelf, and then all of this goes on top. So it's pretty easy to use. Someone's been a bad influence again. Yes, Bob, you have been a bad influence. Okay, this is powered on. Oh, we gotta plug this back in. So BVOH, I don't remember what it stands for, but it is a water-soluble filament. This is the stuff. It is base F. There is a built-in profile, not necessarily for this exact brand, but for BVOH, and that's what I'm going to use. And I think the I think the idea here is we're just going to do a basic, just a few layers, because I want to see if we can get this potentially done within a reasonable amount of time. So maybe like a T or something, just to see what those supported layers look like. So let's see if MMU box setup for Core 1 will clean things up. Let's open up Fusion and make a little model, I think. Let's do this. I think we're gonna need, I think I'm just basically gonna do this from the front of the poly dryer here and then into a, right like that. Which one is this? Oh, I need to go over there. Okay, so we'll do it this way into this one, like that. Butene diol vinyl. Butene diol vinyl. You ever tried COPE? I have not. This is probably the most expensive filament I've ever purchased. I'm fairly certain this is the most expensive filament I've ever purchased. This is a 300 gram spool and it was $55. I bought it from Matter Hackers because that's the only place I could find it reasonable. So, and this is a blame Bob moment. Yep. So let's open up Fusion. Let me open up Fusion and we're just gonna model something real quick. I've got a little test we'll try. Brain finds overgrown hair. So roughly $160 per kilogram. Yep. That's why, fortunately, in the slicer, you can do interface layers only as the thing. I do have some PVA, some eSun PVA that I probably bought 6+ years ago that I've never opened. One day I want to try that. Okay, let's see where we're at. We will update later. So we're gonna go here and we're just gonna do a very basic. I think I'm just gonna do a very basic. Let's do a, how do I want to model this? Let's do a rectangle. Let's just do, oops, I want to do a center rectangle. And we're just gonna make this, say, 20 by 20. It is a high price tag for material to throw away. However, the improvement to supported surfaces you get is significant. So let's do a 20 by 20 rectangle. And then I'm going to do a, let's just make this, let's do an arc and a center point arc, something like this. And then lines to here, here, and then let's do a rectangle over here. So this is just my thoughts for what I want to do here. So I want this diameter or radius to be 10, and I want to tangent that and that, this distance here to here to be 10. Okay, why is that not constrained? Because those aren't. So let's do a perpendicular that to that. There we go. So that turned all black, which means it's fully constrained sketch. I don't like to print with supports, but sometimes it's required. And I'm going to be building at some point a I'm going to be building an RC car that does have a lot of required supports. So I'm hoping this works pretty well. Auto constraint sketches. I saw that. I haven't tried it yet. Let's just do an equal this to that and make sure that that's perpendicular. There we go. So the next thing I want to do is I want to do a circle here. Oops, not dimension. Circle. Let's do a circle here. Let's say a 5mm circle. Yeah, let's go 6. And then another, let's do a line here because I want it in the center of this. That, click that and hit X to turn it into a construction line, and then a circle at the center. That's the same size as this other one we did. So that's our basic sketch. So, see you, Dodge Charger. Saves labor, so you pay for itself. So now we're gonna finish this. This is our basic. This is just the basic, and I don't know if there's something better to do here, but we're gonna extrude this probably, let's go 6mm. It's gonna be our total height. And turn that sketch back on. We're gonna extrude this one, only 3. Oops, and both of those. We're gonna extrude this one to this surface plus 1. Okay, so now we have this. Let's fillet this and this by 1. And we'll do this, this, and that same bit. And then we'll do a chamfer of this by 0.4mm. So this, I'm planning on printing like this. So I want a supported hole, and I want a supported something floating, a supported island basically. So this is going to be our little test print. Let's see how that turns out. So that is it. So let's go here and save as mesh. Okay. Throw this out on our, let's throw it. Prusa BVOH test. Add 70-degree overhang or something so you can see how it gets supported. Well, we have a 90-degree overhang. We have a 90-degree overhang, and I don't want to make it any taller. I really want this to be a super quick print. I want something to go. I want to see what it looks like. I could save as step 2, but whatever. Should create it so it puts supports between parts. That just means a taller print. As it is, MMU prints take a while, and I'd like to have something that will finish while we're sitting here streaming. So let's go out of here, go over here, and go to our printer. We're going to grab the, oops, we need to go to the configuration wizard. Let's go to the configuration wizard. We're letting the slicer generate the supports. Yes. So, okay, so we are going to go to the Prusa printers, and I'm going to remove my Mark IV MMU3 so it doesn't crowd up the stuff, and we're going to do the Mark IVs MMU3. Now there is a high flow profile for it, but the recommendation is you're going to get better results from a non-high flow nozzle with the MMU3. So we're going to pick that, uncheck that, and then we're going to go to filaments. And we're gonna go to, is there a, I think Verbatim has a BVOH. We're gonna use that one right there. We could see if they're, it's kind of funny. It's Verbatim PVOH, but they all show up in the PVA. So there's Fiberlogy and Verbatim BVOH. It's funny, they don't list a PVA. There is, if we go all, there is a base F, but they don't have their BVOH here. So. Oh, I'm gonna sit. Oh. Okay, so we are grabbing this and we're just gonna grab, do you think it matters, Bob, if I choose Verbatim or Fiberlogy? I imagine they're all good brands. They're all probably well made. So, do you know if maybe there's more time spent on one of these than the other? I don't know. Should be fine either way. That's what I'm thinking. So now we finish. We should get a, so we should get now under printers. Here's our 4S MMU3, and that's covered by that guy. There's our 4S MMU3. We're gonna go filaments. So the first lane, I'm going to do Prusament PLA. Why is that? Okay, I think that's correct. And then print settings, we're gonna go up here and we're gonna just do a 0.2 soluble interface. So I think here, and then over here for our second filament, we're gonna pick that Verbatim BVOH. There. Now the Prusament PLA, I'm actually gonna use orange, so I'm gonna leave that as orange. I guess I'll make this kind of white, or maybe it's not actually showing it. I'll just leave it white. Okay. Okay. Now let's add that BVOH test, lay it on that side. Now without doing anything, what is this going to look like? Bed temperatures for the used filaments differ significantly. Why? Let's go over and look at this BVOH. There's 60 and 60. Oh, it's because I have other things. Yeah, never mind. It's because I have other profiles specified in the, here, if I change all of these to Prusament PLA, the rest of the lanes, the other lanes have the Box Turtle ABS as the listed filament in them. That's one thing that could be better about Prusa Slicer, is having to individually select every lane's filament and based on what was already there. I don't know what I would do to make it better, but I feel like that's a source of a little bit of frustration. Okay, so if that's there and we slice it, now if we zoom in here, see we're getting orange. This is color coded. So this is where the interface layers will be. I have no idea why there's an extra interface layer in there. So let's look at what this is actually doing. We go to print settings and go to support material. We have generate support material, and we have top contact Z distance 0. It's snug. Yeah, exactly, Bob. It's a little pain. Maurice, what are you saying for the cylinder? Oh, it's because of that cylinder? That's interesting. Your drop-down feature, okay. I would have thought it would have just hugged around that pin instead of the whole thing. Let's look at this all the way through. So we've got... So there's our soluble supports hugging everything. There's that, and that's why it's right there. But that's weird that it does all of that. Whatever. It didn't do it for all of them. That one's all on its own. It just does that one layer. That's okay. Okay, let's load up the filament then. Let me make sure this bed is clean because it's probably been touched. Less filament swaps, maybe. He's found the box that has the cardboard in it that he's obsessed with, or the foam. To keep it in place. Oh, that's a good point. Although, wouldn't it have done that from the first one because it was, because it's a little island all on its own? I think I would have thought if that was the case, it should have started from the very first little island of it. Brand new roll of Prusament Orange. Throw that away. First time I see an MMU working, never got interested in that thing. I was not interested in MMU because trying to use the MMU2 is a pain in the neck. This is night and day. Oh, well, you don't want to do that. This is night and day difference between the MMU3 and the MMU2. Okay, so the way I have this set up in its permanent spot, this is not nearly as fiddly as what this is going to be right now. But since I have to lean over everything here, everything is much more accessible in my permanent location. We still have 20 miles of PTFE. None of this matters though from a print. This only matters, all of this length only matters in loading it. The distance it has to retract each time is only this. I'm gonna get both of these close. Does the slicer say extruder 1 and 5? No, we're doing 1 and 2. Okay, so now I gotta break this seal for a second while I get this out because this has not been touched. This has been dried. I dried this for several days. We're gonna get this back on. Still a lot of drag on the filament. Yeah, and you have to be careful with the with your bends. I've got like I said, I have a really good setup for my in the other garage for this. It works really well. and I'm using the buffer system that came with it. So you get these up and close, and then we go in here and we go filament and preload to MMU, and filament 1. It's going to move over here. That loads in. Snap that back into the, and then preload filament 2. There we go. This. This is go and one more. There. Okay, I think that'll be okay right there. Trying to make sure these aren't all too much bend. Okay. Since it's raining, yeah. Okay, everything's loaded. I think we are good to just send. The buffer is the worst part, 100%. It took me a little bit to figure out how I wanted mine set up, and I feel like my setup is good. So we should just be able to send it to connect. It's only a 26-minute print, so this is the only MMU capable printer in my Connect profile, so it's the only thing it shows. So I'm gonna select it, set it, and print. Now we can go over, actually, why don't we do this? I get pretty good at pointing the camera and have it be in at least a really close to the right spot. You know how long it'll take for someone to get box turtle work on the Prusa? With the GPIO board, there's probably some clever way to get some sort of respool management system going. It wouldn't be exactly box turtle, but something very similar. Oh, someone was saying something. I think I ignored it. Slicer says 1 and 5, and you're absolutely right. I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to stop this because you're absolutely right. We need to go back and change something. Who was that? That was Martin. I read what you said, and it's now triggering, and I'm now realizing, processing it. We need to go and look at support material raft interface extruder 5. We want to change this to 2 for this print. I put it in lane 2. Oh, someone said it before? It's Josh. Thank you, it's Josh. I saw that. I saw your comment too. So this is a thing. So let's go back here, and this should turn white. Yep. I should have noticed that those weren't white. Oh, and interesting. Look, it changed the way that behaves. That's very interesting. Huh. I have no idea. So I'm gonna go over here to Prusa Connect. This is stopped. Let's set it ready. And let's go back here. Oops, something went wrong. It doesn't like interruptions in the workflow. I want to actually go in here and delete this file. I found if it's the same file name, it has problems, or it has in the past. So we're going to delete it from the printer. Print key still. Okay, connect files. See, I've been printing all kinds of stuff. Here's the whole front on the Core 1. It was a 14-hour print. This 18.5-hour print for the rear. It's all Core 1 prints. These were 7-hour print for that print I showed earlier. Okay, now we can come back here and send this to connect. Select the printer and print. Let's go send that. Should get this. Someone, you were commenting on the floating layers. I've noticed that lately. I've noticed that. I think it's a bug. I think there's a bug there when there isn't another filament swap, but it throws in prime tower for the top layer. I don't know that it actually does that. We'll find out. We'll see. That the whole little lane thing, the whole little lane thing with the message that I got, the warning that bed temperatures were drastically wrong, that explains it, because lane 5 was still, or filament 5 was still the KVP, or the KVP ABS. So. Cat hairs everywhere. But I don't think it does it back and forth like that, does it? It does a purge, but I don't think it does that. I have seen the filamentless friction respooler. I should look at it closer though. If I could get even more simple than this setup works really well for me, but it could be better. Yeah, I wanted to show. Maybe we can get both right there. The print and the screen for now, and I'll get closer on the screen, or on the print when we get to the next part. I wonder if Prusa could fit an even bigger part fan. On this printer they can, but on the Core 1 they can't. So, and remember, this was probably, I guarantee that this fan was chosen with Core 1 also in mind. By the time the 4S was coming out, the Core 1 was definitely well on its way. Okay, why is it starting with the BVOH? Why is it starting with that? Oh, because there's one little, because there's those two lines. The 4S update felt odd with the timing of the Core 1 being so close. Well, if they could improve the Mark IV, knowing what they know was going into the Core 1, it makes sense. See you, Andrew. So here comes our orange. You remember what is your favorite print size? I think it's 180 by 180, but I don't remember why. I think I like the 250 build. I like the 250 size. If I was picking, say, between a 160 and a 180, I would pick the 180 all the time because build sheet availability. Because of the Prusa Mini, there are a ton of 180 millimeter build sheets. A lot of my preference is based on, I really like the Prusa build sheets. I like the Prusa textured sheet until the latest one. The one I got when I ordered the Core 1, I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. I'm a little disappointed. This is actually a good example. So this is the latest. It is very shiny and the texture's a little odd. The texture's different. This is a different filament, but this is an older Prusa textured sheet. It's a lot more even. It's not as shiny. They've always changed batch to batch over the years. I have half a dozen different batches, but the latest one is the only one I don't actually like. I hope it's just a fluke. Has anyone heard about the Core 1 kits? Any update? There won't be any updates until April when they're supposed to be shipping, right? Is it March or April? I like the very slight texture of the Prusa sheets. That's what I've always liked about them. Matter Hackers made a black textured sheet that I still have one of that I like as well. Okay, I'll check that out. Okay, now that that's going, let's get this. Sorry. It's gonna hunt focus a little bit, but. Ulta Stick I had a problem with because the texture on a single plate was very inconsistent. Some areas they obviously sprayed on heavier than others. I liked it other than that. But I received several plates from Ultistick that were, you could see sections where it was like obviously sprayed on thicker than others. And I may have been hitting them more towards the end of their company. So quality may have already gone down by the time I discovered them. Beard hair. Beard hairs are everywhere too. It's a little ridiculous. But beyond this, if this works well, then this BVOH will get saved for the RC car that I want to work on. I wonder if Prusa gives the Mini some upgrades. I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, we always do that at 1 p.m. Pacific there, 3D Experiments. What RC car? There is a car by a designer, Cassidio. Oh, interesting. So the BVOH, is that a no part fan? Because I think the part fan just turned off. It's a Subaru 22B. You know, I've been talking, I really wanted 3D sets to demonstrate their teased four-wheel drive platform, or all-wheel drive platform with a Subaru, and a 22B would have been perfect. But this other designer on Cults came out with one, and I bought the files, and eventually I'll build it. What's my most favorite printer? I have a very biased opinion. I like my Trident, and it's actually the one I'm using the most lately. It kind of cycles depending on what printer I use the most, because I end up working or changing something on one, so I'll switch my go-to over time. It's been V0s, it's been Tridents, V2s. It's the Subaru I looked at before, yep. You ever going to share your Tri-Bent mod? Just put it in a flight case and roll it down a hill. And there you go. Yeah, excuse me. We got a little bit of BVOH on there. To a Tri-Bent restoration stream. The Tri-Bent frame is over here on the side, and it is assembled as a printer frame right now. But it probably won't show up as a rebuild on stream. I think we did a hips and ABS print as a test print on my Tridex ages ago, and that worked out pretty well. So this will be only the second print I've ever done that's incompatible materials. How much the actual frame got destroyed. The frame was damaged, but I think it's usable. It might mean some little considerations, but for some of the areas where the screws pulled on the extrusion, I think I can just rotate the extrusions to a fresh slot and be okay. Why not simply salvage the tri-vent for parts? Because I think it would be cool to rebuild it. That's all. Content, exactly. How you doing, Chammy? Yeah, that's interesting. Let's look here. Filaments, BVOH, cooling. Zero cooling. Zero cooling for BVOH. I see. There. Okay. That's interesting. Little of this and a little of that. I need to fire up the Shapeoko. I've been talking about that for a little bit. I need to cut out some rep rack brackets for someone. That might be what I do this afternoon. Yeah, there's the BVOH layers going down. You have a little tub of water to try these dissolvables out? I can grab some. What was the biggest, longest print you've done on the Phoenix? I haven't done. The biggest print I've done is that Orca. This guy here is the biggest print I've done on the Phoenix. This is 2-color Orca. Need lots of water? Will these peel apart, or is it pretty much guaranteed that I need water? What can we put some water in? Do a full build volume print on the Phoenix. That's a lot of filament. Let me get some lukewarm water in this coffee cup. Rinse out the coffee first. Let that get warm. It's hot water right now, but maybe by the time we need it, it'll be lukewarm. Should peel, but need water for the residue. Yeah, I got a Voron coffee cup worth of water in there. Throw this away. I think it's, with this layer, I think it's past the supports. Do not recommend drinking the dissolved BVOH. I'm undecided, talking about upcoming streams, I'm undecided on if we're gonna be back at the Reaper build this coming weekend or not. I might take a little longer break from that. I want to get it done, but with my big trip coming up, I may want the extra prep time. And I still need to do some final prep for the Tic Tac build with Daniel. I'm doing some CAD modeling for the electronics that we're using for the build. So that may be a late March stream, and then there's probably 2 more in that build. The Reaper's 90% done. See you, John. I'm trying to review only 2 CAN devices, toolhead and the box turtle. Supposed to make a homemade breakout board, posted pics on my build thread on the Discord. Nice. This is only 6 minutes remaining. What do we got? We still have over 300 people here. That's pretty good. Not as much drop off after the thing, after the filament. I think we peaked at 380. So, of course, I probably just reminded people, oh, I'm still watching. Oh. I have 27 more likes and we'll hit 300. Yeah, all the support's done, so it's just gonna do, it's just gonna do its thing. See you, Winded Dragon, if you're serious. No. Oh, I forgot. Oh, that might not. Yeah, it sticks pretty good. The BVOH sticks pretty good. I'm not going to risk trying to pick the purge line. I usually pick the purge line in mid-print, which is dumb, but I do it anyway. Are you playing Zelda or are you watching Dom play Zelda? I guess I can see. You must be playing. Do you have any filament issues with the PC CF X carriage? Fitment issues. I had no fitment issues. So this whole printer is rebuilt with zero shrinkage compensation. It's ASA red parts and PC CF black parts. So there are instances where shrinkage compensation is useful and it should be used. I'm not a go towards that by default type. I haven't found that I need to. The problem with generic recommendation of shrinkage compensation is that the parts don't shrink uniformly. X, Y, and Z is not all the same. So that would be a bad joke, not Steve. You have to tune it for your printer and your filament, otherwise it's useless. Well, and it's per geometry of the part too. There's no instance where you can just say you should use 1.05. Scale all your parts 1.05%. There's cases where that's not going to be a problem, it's going to be fine, and there's others where it will be. Yeah, Brent, there's absolutely, that's what I was saying, is there's instances where it's useful and needed. But I see far too often that people just say, I always apply 1.1% scaling on ABS parts. Why are you yelling, Bob? When I've done full Mark IV or Mark III rebuilds before, we rebuilt my friend's Mark IIIs a few years ago, and all the recommendations was universally, you have to scale. It's not going to work if you don't scale. And I didn't scale, and we built it, and it was fine. Is that the end? Yep, there's that final purge. That does do it. I wonder why it does it that way. I wonder if that's intentional. It's just doing back and forth in midair. That's that thing right there. So it did do it. Interesting. Okay. Okay, what I am going to do... Yeah, it's doing tip forming, but it doesn't necessarily need to move while it's doing it. I guess you use the same process as you would for any other. Pull this out and get it sealed back up. There we go. This back in here and sealed up. Even with doing this, I'm still gonna dry it again before I use it again. But we're gonna do a full seal it all up in here. Even with doing that, I'll still put it on the dryer before I use it again, but I wanted to get it out of there. Okay. Good looking print. As it should be. I mean, I'm using Prusament PLA with a Prusament profile. Interesting stuff. Oh, well. That came off easy. So there's that. And you know what? This camera is going to be better. So there's some, let's see, will this just pop off, peel off? Oh, it might. Oh yeah, that's just peeling. I mean, it's not coming off, just sliding off, but it is. There. Yeah, it doesn't even need to be dissolved. Yeah, it's all just. Yeah, there's a little bit there. We're gonna. Agitate it in the water. Just leave that in there. Grab some paper towels so I don't make a big mess. Almost like hot glue. I imagine this is going to be one of those things where you're not necessarily expecting this to just dissolve. It takes some time and some agitation. What's better than a benchy? Filament ends get under your fingernail. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And a brush, yeah. Yeah, it did get a little softer and that did come off a little easier there. I should do the upside down benchy or something as another print, but I don't, that filament's so expensive. I think I'll save it for an actual use. This is a good test. Yeah, dirty toothbrush. Yeah, that's working though. Old sous vide circulator for removing dissolvable filaments. Could probably throw this in the wash and cure station too. Yeah, that worked really well. There's definitely, it's not perfect. It's definitely not perfect, and I don't know if that's the expectation. Here, I'll show you. Ultrasonic would be good. Interlocking techniques to bond the interface layer to the support layer below. Let it peel cleanly from the actual part. I don't know. That's a good question. Okay, let's get this out of here. This is about as clean as I think it is going to be. Get some of this. Much of that peeled off, and that was kind of cool. But that's the That is way cleaner than any gapped support, but there are some interesting artifacts that get left over, and I don't know what, I'd have to do this more to know if that's normal or if there were some settings that could be tweaked, maybe more interface layers so it doesn't, maybe it bunched up, maybe it's over extruding this filament. But that's still way better than traditional supports. Here, let's where did I put? Let's throw the same print at it. It shouldn't take very long with traditional supports. How many interface layers did you use? We'll look at the settings here. But let's throw the same print at it with single filament traditional supports real quick. Clean up little water drips. Okay. Print settings. Support material. Looks like three interface layers. Might need more purge. Yeah, so now what we're going to do is we're gonna go just a 0.2 structural, and I'll discard that. And we are going to generate support material, and we're gonna leave everything else defaults. And then let's go here and slice it. So this is a typical supported print now. Typical default settings, right? The gap there, you see the gap? I thought that was 3, but let's send it to connect. Prusament PLA, send, set ready and print now. Confirm. It's only a 14-minute print. So this is a 14-minute print with traditional supports. It was a 26-minute print with BVOH supports. More purge might be better, okay. Did that send? Yeah. Downloading. Oh, since I'm using this, well, what? Oh, there. Since I'm using this camera, the other cat cam was showing up double. Wouldn't zero gap make it harder to peel off the interface? Well, I'm using default settings here on purpose. Hey, Latian. So now it's heating up the bed. Do they always sleep together? Their spots on our bed are they both sleep on our bed, but they're not necessarily touching each other. Usually Felix will lay directly between me and right in between me and April, and Oscar will toggle the switch back and forth between our feet, either my feet or her feet. I have not done easy print. We didn't actually look at easy print today. I've not actually used it. I've not sent a print with it. Oh, something that annoys me about, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, annoys me about Prusa Slicer with the MMU3 is if you only have one, you're only printing a single color, it still throws a purge tower in there until you slice, then doesn't print it. But auto arranges things around that purge tower. The XL does the same, I would imagine. Yeah, the rest of this print looks really good. I don't see any issues. I think Easy Print is still invite only. I just got an invite the other day while I was in Washington. Hey, Silverback Creations. My day is going well. So what are we going to do with all the leftover Mark IV enclosures? That's a good question. A lot of people are talking filament dryers. It's an awfully large filament dryer, but... grow chamber. Awfully thin and leaky filament dryer. Still going. We're almost done. This is an 11-minute print, and it's just a comparison because we printed a dissolvable support test print, and now we're printing it with traditional supports. I don't think our air fryer would fit a roll of filament. It's too small. Too small. What is... We went into a mini paint booth. Had a fan of some exhaust hose and filters. It has a whole setup for a fan. What was I looking for? Dates. I wanted to see when I want to do the next Charlie's Angels stream. It'll probably be the 29th, right at the end of the month. And don't let me forget to give away my next 5 gifted memberships next weekend on the 9th. That'll be hard to remember because I'm going to have Daniel there to distract me. We have 2 squirrels running a stream. For me to remember to give away memberships might be tough. See you, Gareth. an Instapot. Interesting. I like my eyeballs polyphonous. I pretty much have it running all the time. I wonder how much of an impact. So we've got this long overhang here on what's not really a very strong connection. I see what could be a little bit of lifting here. That's probably something to consider when doing this. PETG prints way better when you dry it, Riddy. You're right. I don't care if it's straight out of the package, dry it. Before you try to tune retractions or anything with PETG, dry it. Yep. Yeah, I use my Polymaker dryers too. And I have a lot of the containers because it's nice to have frequently used filaments in a sealed container. PETG is a much nicer to print filament when it's truly dry. It does still suck, but it doesn't suck as much when it's dry. I've learned to accept it from printing the blasters and stuff. And the buggy in this Protopasta filament is just freaking awesome. This thing. That's Protopasta Galactic Purple, Galactic Empire or whatever purple PETG. And this is no post-processing. No post-processing, just well dried. Now, of all of the PETG I've purchased, I will say that the Protopasta, even out of a sealed package, was the biggest improvement drying it because it was awful straight out of the package. I'm building the buggy. It was absolutely awful straight out of the package. I'll build the buggy after the torque. I'm printing those parts because I've promised buggy builds for my friends for a long time. So those won't show up as stream builds. I just don't have time. There just aren't enough streams to cover everything. But there will be pictures and stuff. Costco Gourmet air fryer dehydrator. Is that supposed to be the cool filament dryer? Would the warm water make it warp a little? This was not anywhere near. This was basically lukewarm. You're talking about the little warping on this part here that I was showing? Yeah. Oh yeah, I can do this. New filament dryers I'm going to use in the stream chat. Okay, I'll check that out. Oh, 15 more likes until 300. Are there 15? You know, people that are left here, the people that are left right now are all the people who hit like. So if we can get, oh, someone didn't like me saying that because it just went down. RC Talk, what battery do you use, Steve? 2S or 3S? For these 3D sets cards, I've been using 3S. There we go. more likes than current viewers. Thanks for being a member, Collie. 303, yep. That's the MMU firmware version. You check out the stereotyping of the AI for Aussies I sent you. If you sent me a link, I didn't click on it, but I'm really trying to stay away. So I talked to Down Under Maker here because he has some pretty cool logos that he's been posting, and they're done by AI. And I'd really like to find someone I can pay to do some artwork or graphics, but I really don't want to use AI. And just the process of finding someone you can trust to do something like that it makes it something that I tend to put off. So if anybody has any solid suggestions, don't feel bad if I don't take them, but I would listen to them. Yeah, the guy thinks all things Aussie needs booze in them. Yep. Booze and kangaroos, right? The problem right now is there is a trend of unsolicited artists reaching out to people, and it's so hard to weed that out. So basically anything unsolicited, I don't give any attention to. I'm sure some of you have gotten random DMs in Discord saying they're an artist and whatever. So I don't know what the actual scam is with that, or if it's a scam, or if it's just unsolicited advertising, but I'm not interested in finding someone that way. Partner does some of his branding and she started up a business with it. A lot of those unsolicited DMs are bots. Yeah. They want you to give it a deposit and they'll deliver. Yeah, I've not taken it any distance in chatting with these folks. Someone will say hi or whatever, and sometimes I'll respond back, but then the next message is I do artwork or whatever, and then it's like, okay, block. I don't want to immediately block anybody who DMs me with a hi or whatever, because there's plenty of valid reasons. That's the other thing. My DMs are open. I prefer being contacted in the Discord because it keeps my DM list clean. But I do not require someone to be a friend to message me. So I try to keep my friends list very clean. The only reason Discord has for a friends list that's actually functional reason is to be invited to a multi-person chat. So the only reason that really matters to me anyway. Yeah, but don't just say hi, ask. Yes, if you're going to DM me, put your whole request in the first message. If you respond to them, your email just becomes even more valuable and you put it in their distilled list. Oh yeah. I don't respond to emails on that at all. Steve, I don't have a request. Okay. This looks good still. There is that little bit of lifting on that very corner there. You can see that I was showing on the other print. Let's cool down a little bit more. I did another print of the PC Blend stayed on, then after an M84 it turned it off. So there's something that's keeping your stepper motors active. It really should turn off anyway after 10 minutes then, after your idle timeout. You could go around and see if your steppers actually disengage there, Brian. See if your steppers actually disengage after the little thing there. I can feel it because I got a divot in the other side of the PEI I felt. You gotta make sure the bed in between your flex sheet is clean. Dogs have an Insta, they get spammed hard with requests to rep leashes. That's hilarious. Okay, let's see how this does. Okay. We'll bring this camera in. There we go. Removal wasn't too bad, but there's a night and day difference there in terms of functionally. This is way better than this. This isn't pretty because probably some tuning, I'm guessing, can sort out some of that, but that was interesting. Yeah, these edges, gaps, those aren't able to stick very well, where all of that on this print is very solid. There's some tuning that needs to be done with this, but that is quite a difference. The feel of it, this is very rough, because that's just filament just kind of laying on top of a gap. Here, let's see something. Let's see another thing. I'm gonna just kind of grab a file here and very lightly just get the peaks. Just get the peaks off. Just very lightly, just the very peaks. I'll do the same here. Get the peaks off. Now we're going to measure them. So this is the dissolvable supports, and this should be 3 millimeters. Okay. .06, 3.09. Ah, look at that. 3.3. 3.2 at that spot. Yeah, that is quite a difference. I'd say 3.2. I think I was hitting still some peaky spots around the center here. I think if I go around the... Interesting. And that should be 3 millimeters. That should be 3 millimeters. So this is still not exactly, but it's closer. Very cool. One more look at the... That's a good angle. See the... Cool. Next test, PLA print with PETG support. So for Bob or whoever else has more experience with these single nozzle extruders, your biggest problem is cross-contamination. And the reason I wanted to try this, because as Bob had said in Prusa testing, the BVOH does pretty good. But I've heard that the cross-contamination in a single nozzle between PETG and PLA is pretty severe. How have others, does anybody have experience with that? And my work 0.3 millimeters is like a mile, yeah. So I think really, ideally, the tool for the multi-material is a tool changer. So more purge between changes is needed. But can you get enough purge in a realistic to not impact the other filament? See ya, Endless Hunt. Shammy, the dissolvable support one was closer. The traditional support one is thicker. The dissolvable support one was much better. Yeah. Much closer to actual dimensions of the part. So. Okay. With that, we have stretched a Mark 4S upgrade into a nearly 5-hour stream. Oh, hey. You know what? That probably got grabbed. I found a gummy, but I bet you that got grabbed by a cat. More fine tuning on the dissolvable, it's fine, I agree. The interface gap explains that, for sure. For sure, but you can't have zero gap, otherwise you have a single part, a welded, it doesn't remove, so. Okay, thanks for hanging out. Watch out for next weekend, Sunday, Daniel and I are starting the Tic Tac build, so I'm really looking forward to that. I've been wanting to do that printer for a long time, and to be able to do it with Daniel is gonna be a lot of fun, so. Thank you, Polymaker, for letting me give away a roll of filament. Thank you to Prusa for supplying the MK4s upgrade kit for this build. And this printer is eventually going to be a Core 1. So we'll probably do that sometime, I'm guessing, in April or May. So whenever those come in. So with that, hope you have a good rest of your weekend, good week, and we will see you next Sunday. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.